Okay, got it. Just recording progress. So today we have a session which is called Going Beyond the Clan Outreach. And so we have two presentations. So Teresa Lieben Monteiro, unfortunately, is not here. So we have Veronica Policarp and Clara Venancio, who is going to present. We photographed how it is like to be a pet at home. I will just say a few words, and everybody knows Veronica Policarp, so I won't say any words about her. But I'll say a few words about Clara Venancio, who she's currently works as a research assistant in the CLAN project, and she graduated in communication design from the University School of Arts of Coimbra. And she holds a master's degree in product design from the High School of Arts and Design of Caldas da Rainha, where she completed the thesis, Animal Dignity, Development of Habitats for Domestic Animals, and the prototypes Domus Petra and Locus Turi. So we'll learn a little bit more about that. I'll say also a few things about the next speaker, who is Maria Sari. And so she's also to share a talk with Clara Venancio, Who is Your Clan? A Toolkit for Educators. And Maria Sari, she's a postdoctoral researcher in the Academy of Finland, funded research project City Rats, from citizen science to non-anthropocentric education at University of Oulu, and currently co-leader of the Envisioning Sustainability Research Hub of the Biodiverse Anthropocenes Research Program. So, and then after these two talks, we'll have the commentators, and we are very, very happy to have here two excellent commentators, Melissa Knowles and Harry Ekman. And I will say a few things about Melissa. So it is really a pleasure to have you here, and we are so happy to find you, to find your work. It was really important to engage in conversation with your work as well. So very happy for this. And so Melissa is a senior lecturer at the Department of Sociology at Goldsmith, University of London. She is the co-director of the research program Childhood Publics and of the Children Photography Archive. And she also co-edits the online journal Entanglements, Experiments in Multimodal Ethnography. I would have much more things to say about Melissa, but the CV is enormous. So I'll just keep short. And then Harry Ekman, who I met in this amazing workshop about animal behavior, really, really fantastic. So he's an international animal welfare specialist with 25 years experience, and he is the CEO of the World Cetacean Alliance, the world's largest marine conservation partnership. Okay, so maybe we can start with Veronica and Clara. With the presentation. We have a little bit of time, but still I'll keep my clock here so that, okay, I think we are sharing now the screen. Good, you can go.
Thank you. Can you see it in the viewers mode? Now it is, right? Okay, so thank you so much, Monica, for introducing us. So I'm very happy to be here today with Clara. Clara joined the team and the hub 2 years ago, and she began to attend our course Animals and Society, which is also a very important part, very important cornerstone of the Human Animal Studies Hub. And she brought these amazing skills in design and illustration and artistic skills as well. And so what we are going to share with you today was what we did with the photos that the children took. So in the exercise with the photo with participatory visual methods, and how we try to organize the more than 700 photographs they took in something that could translate, at least in part, some of our results. So the challenge here, and the challenge in all the presentations that we'll be discussing here today, was mainly the line that cuts across them all is how can we translate in non-academic language our results, and how can we engage in a conversation that is fruitful but critical and that challenges norms and challenges assumptions with a non-academic audience, including children, because this is a project with children and for children. So the name we gave to this exercise was drawn from the exercise we proposed to the children themselves, which was tell us how it is to be an animal at your home. And here you can see one of the illustrations Clara did for the exhibition. So what we did was to organize these photographs in an exhibition, and I'll tell you a little bit of the story of putting the exhibition together. But first, I'd like to tell that this exhibition is one part of what I think we could call an ecosystem of outreach, of outputs of outreach. So an ecosystem in each one of these outputs, each one of these products actually gains momentum, gains more importance, and it can be better used if used together with others. Some of them, all of them, as you wish. So it's a kind of a toolkit in itself, in which users or children educators mainly can use parts of these things that we try to produce. So in this, we have two different kinds of products or outputs. Those you can see in gray were outputs that were designed from the very beginning of the project. When we applied for the funding, we already thought that we would like to do these things. So an exhibition, workshops with the participants, and in the workshops we addressed children, parents, and relevant stakeholders, and then a toolkit for educators. Those are in gray. But then, as the project was coming to an end, in the last year of the project, so many ideas began to pop up, and so we began to explore new ways of disseminating our results. And that's how these other three, the film, the short stories, and the children book, they came to be. And this, for me, it's very important, and it tells a lot about the role of serendipity in research, and how research really gets more deep and gets momentum in itself when we open ourselves to the possibilities that come our way and that we couldn't possibly predict in advance. So I'll briefly explain the objectives and the rationale that was behind this exhibition that we decided to do with the children's photos. So mainly, as I said, is to translate to a non-academic language and format something that could be accessible to the children themselves. And here I must say that we were firstly thinking of the children of the CLAN project. So the CLAN children, as we call them, were like our imagined public. Whenever we wanted to imagine who's going to look at this, we thought of our children, our CLAN's children. But of course, all the children afterwards, and all the educators, and actually all those that have an interest in the theme of children and animals, and in the theme of animals and the lives of animals in general. And then there was this big objective as well, which was involve the children as full research participants. And we were particularly interested in knowing if this exercise, these participatory exercises with the children could be a way of multi-species, could be a type or of multi-species method. If we could explore the point of view of the animal, inviting the children to put themselves in the place of the animal. So the rationale of this exhibition is to identify through the children's photos whatever that could be relevant, meaningful in the practices or between children and animals. So we are communicating, as I was saying, to wider audiences. Sorry. I think it's, I'm sorry. Okay, so is it okay? Now it's working. So we were looking for practices, as we explained yesterday. So what children and animals do together. And to look into those practices, we gave importance to the photographs that the children took. So just resuming a little bit what we explained yesterday, we asked 12 children of the 24 of the project to photograph their animals for 2 weeks and to tell us the story of how it was to be an animal at home. And so the theoretical background of all this is try to look for children-animal practices. So practices between children and animal that can be a form of social practice, encompassing material aspects, competences or skills, and also all the emotional and the affective dimensions. And here we are indirectly drawing on all the literature on social practices. And we are trying also to explore the idea if these practices may contribute to make the child photographer, that idea of a child that becomes a photographer, and also how being a photographer and a photographer of their animals contributes to make them a child to the children's world. So we organized the photographs in 8 galleries, and each of these galleries point to different dimensions of these practices from our point of view. And these dimensions were translated, and here I'm talking of the verbal translation, and Clara will talk about the visual translation. We translated this in using verbs and using the gerund, because it brings movement and it brings the idea of co-becoming. So children and animals co-becoming together in their own worlds, common worlds of being a child and of being an animal. So feeding, cleaning, accompanying. One of them it doesn't follow this line of thought. The last one, as accompany, because it focused mainly on the species, as we were talking yesterday, that were the exotic species in particular, that were a bit more out of place in a way. So opportunities and challenges we faced. A big opportunity we had across this path was to connect with Melissa. Melissa, thank you so much for all that you've taught us, and our collaboration has been incredible for us, because we already had this idea from the beginning of putting together an exhibition, but learning with you how you have done it in your own work was amazing. So when the Clan project was invited by Melissa and Christos Varvantakis to be a part of the Children's Photography Archive. It was an amazing opportunity for us. This is it is kind of moving on all along. Was an opportunity, as I was saying, to us. And also it highlighted a lot the role of serendipity and the role of synergy. So how we can use the connections, international collaboration, how we can add up to each other's works when we are working in common or at least akin topics. So thank you so much. This was certainly a big opportunity we had. And working with Melissa and Christos and the CPA helped us a lot in our reflection about all the ethics of working with children and children's photos. There was a lot of things to decide. So which photos to show, what we had to show, what we needed to hide. So all the faces of the children had to be hidden or not. Then we had to go through the dilemmas, or we are going not to hide the children's faces, but then will they be sad because they are not actually being fully included? So this was a whole reflection we could do together. We also had to go back and forth with the informed consents, because we hadn't asked in advance consent to display the photos. And also, of course, the pains of selecting the photos, letting go of some of our best photos because we couldn't show them, because they would show the face of the child, for instance. So there was a lot around ethics. There were many challenges in terms of implementation. First, the low budget we had. to address this, to organize the exhibition. We had many problems finding a venue, and in the end, we just decided to move from a physical exhibition to a virtual exhibition, which actually entailed a lot of reflection around, but will this still be an exhibition, or is it just a website, just any other website? What are we gaining? What are we letting go of? And finally, the need to critically bear in mind and bring to our presence all that remains invisible. So whenever we display something, there are so many other things that we are that remain invisible. And in this case, there were all the difficult topics about illness, death, loss, and grief that will not be visible in this exhibition. All the invisible animals, invertebrate, insects, the so to speak pests. What the children don't do, as we've seen yesterday, the tension between the educational parental goals of making them responsible for someone else, but then the children not taking on the chores themselves, and the children, after all, photograph mainly what they think we want to see. So many things that remain invisible and that should be critically addressed in this way. So now I'm passing on to Clara. Clara, the floor is yours.
We had three main concerns when we started working on the exhibition design. We needed to maintain Clan's visual identity while also designing for a childhood public. And we had to be able to communicate visually what this exhibition was about. A photo exhibition from Project Clan's children, depicting their animal companions and their lives with them. Can we, Veronica? In order to make a connection with Clan's visual identity, we decided to use Clan's colors, in this case, the Clan's orange. We made the design more appealing for children through the font choice and through the illustrations. We end up choosing an unwritten font because of its irregularities that helps in the creation of childlike visuals. The illustrations were also hand-drawn and then digitalized, vectorized, and painted in some spots, only in some spots, with Clan's orange. All the graphics for the exhibition were made thinking in Clan's identity, in children as public, and in a visual way of communicating with them, with the children. To visually communicate what this exhibition was about, we needed to create a cover image and an exhibition title that could answer the questions. Who are the photographers, and who and what are they going to show us and talk about? To answer these questions, we did this cover image. The illustration presents the Project Clan children and their animal companions, and also gives voice to the children with their perspectives, with a title that means we photographed what it is like to be an animal here at home. Then we created these drawings of frames. We did it to continue with the hand-draw and unwritten aesthetics, and also to make the exhibition more attractive to children. If it was a physical exhibition, the frames will be printed. In a digital one, they will appear on the screen with the photos like this. Can you show? And they also will appear in this way on the catalog. To make the photo caption, we created illustrated icons to present the animal. In this picture, we are seeing the cat Kida. And to identify the photographer, we use the illustration of the child. In here are the other animal icons. They are one of for each animal species, and we also made one baby cat icon because we had a baby cat, so we decided to add that icon. These are the gallery icons. They were made to visually represent the photo gallery and the dimensions that Veronica explained before. They are used in the catalog as a cover image for each gallery. On the website, they appear as buttons to access the photos, and they appear in the gallery banner. When we migrate from a physical exhibition to a digital one, we had to create 3 illustrations to fill some of the blank spaces on the exhibition website. This is the first one that depicts an exterior space. The dog in the balcony was inspired by one of the photos of Project Clone's children. The dogs in the illustrations are making a contrast between the dog that is in the balcony, the dog that is being walked, and the dog that is on the street. The same thing happens with the cat that is inside on the window and the cat that is outside. And also with the birds, the one trapped on the cage and the other that are living outside. The fish also represents other companion animal species. This is the illustrations of the interior space. The drawing of the dog and the person on the bed was inspired also by one of the pictures of Project Clone, as well as the drawing of the bird on the laundry room. Next. The last illustration is a depiction of the children and the animals of Project One. These are the mock-up images of the digital exhibition. The website is being built, and these are the planification images. We already know that it will have some small adjustments, but nothing too far from what we are showing here. The first 2 images are showing the homepage, and the other 2 are showing the galleries and the photos. In here, we have the mock-up images of the catalog. The images were computer generated. This means that this isn't a real book, but it's a simulation of how it will look like after printing. The Portuguese version is already being printed. In the first image, we have the cover. The second image in the first page, we have the first page after opening the book. We also have some other pages from the inside, some text pages, and gallery pages with photos, photo captions, and the beginning of the gallery. And it's all. Thank you for listening.
Okay, well, thank you, Veronica and Clara. I think that, yeah, it's really beautiful, the illustrations. It's really, really fantastic work. And so shall we move to Maria Sari? And then we have, okay, good. I have also a share screen, good.
Can you see the screen now in the presentation mode?
Yes, it's perfect.
Okay, I apologize in advance that planes will be landing overhead, so you might hear some background noise every once in a while. But thank you, Veronica and Clara, for your presentation. And what Clara and I will be discussing or presenting briefly to you today is the toolkit that we've worked on, which also is another way that we've tried to make a practical implementation of the findings of the CLAN project. And I'm a researcher across the fields of environmental education, animal law, and multi-species childhood studies. And I was very fortunate to finalize my PhD last year here in the CLAN project, where I could use my interest in animal inclusive education research and my practical experience of working as a early childhood educator in producing this toolkit together with Veronica and Clara. So just a brief overview of what we'll go through today is kind of discuss why what was the initial idea of including a toolkit for educators within one of the outputs of the CLAN project. And to put this in perspective into my field of research, which is animals in education more broadly. So how does this connect to what's happening in that field? And then we'll go over some of the themes and activities that we included in this toolkit, and also to critically reflect on some of the challenges and maybe look ahead to, in the future, how might we overcome, or how do we move forward with this whole topic of animals in education. And then Clara will show you what we like to call Clara's magic of bringing this all to life, because without her, it would just be words on a piece of paper. Really, so Clara will end with showing you some of her magic. So the original idea when Veronica started this project was to really create a toolkit with close input and collaboration from the participants. So really the idea was that the young people involved in the CLAN project, that they would have a core and key role in the creation of this toolkit. And the aim was to provide educators in different settings with some tools or practical tips to discuss animal rights in the classroom, and really to bring the project findings to educators in a more practical way, not just through reports or articles that might be hard to reach for educators and also inaccessible to some sometimes. However, as with any research project, as it goes along, things change and things mold. So the process of creating this toolkit, it turned out to be a bit different from the original idea. So in the end, the young people who were involved in CLAN in the interviews and the photographing sessions, the key role was no longer with them so much in the creation of this toolkit, but really we aimed to keep them and their ideas at the core of this toolkit by really building the toolkit around the themes and topics that arose from the photographs and from the interview findings. Before we give you an overview of what is it that we included in the toolkit, what kind of topics and themes, unfortunately, we won't be able to show you the final product of the toolkit yet, but that will be available in Portuguese and in English readily. It's going to be for free for educators and for the public to download. So my background in animal inclusive environmental education research, unfortunately, and also what sparked my interest in becoming a researcher in this field was from my experience in practice as a teacher, and my concern of how I, myself included, was teaching about animals. And I wanted to find answers of how could we tackle this problem in different ways. And unfortunately, after several years of research and looking at, although there has been progress and the discussion, there is more discussion around this topic, still little progress has been made in practice in creating more what could be considered animal friendly or animal inclusive educational spaces. And it really has still proven challenging to attend to or to critically challenge hierarchical anthropocentrism in education and schooling. And some critical animal education researchers, they question this idea of, well, what is then the appropriate place of animals in education and schooling, and how should we teach about them, or should we instead leave them alone? And Helena Pedersen, a critical education scholar, has argued that many educational situations continue to communicate the instrumental positioning of animals in our society, and it really promotes this idea of endless accessibility of animals for human purposes, and really reproduces this narrative of animals for us. Whereas what we strove then to do is, well, how could we think of animals with us, or us with animals, that we share these communities with them? So how would it then be to teach and learn about them as fellows, as Paulina yesterday spoke, as fellows in our communities and in our homes? And despite a range of animal inclusive pedagogical approaches, there are many proposals being made, for example, humane education, commonwealth pedagogies, critical animal pedagogies. Really the frameworks, these promising frameworks and the tools that have been designed that accompany or are within these frameworks, really what is challenging now is how do we implement them in more systemic or strategic ways, because these tools exist and this knowledge exists. How do we get that really out there into the world? So getting back to the actual toolkit, and something that was spoken about yesterday was some of these main themes that arose from the CLAN project, and some of the themes that we built 9 different activities around were really trying to get the students and the teachers to dive deep and to think about the emotional lives of animals, for example, through role play. And we tried to create a game, which you'll see in the final product, a dice game, to really start to think about the ways that different animals communicate to us, because animals communicate in different ways. So really trying to identify different emotions and the way that animals then show us what they're thinking or what they want to tell us. And then to think about the habits and routines and really the daily lives of companion animals. And I must add here that in the toolkit, although companion animals is at the core, we also widened the scope to think about animals in our neighborhoods and communities more broadly, because not everyone will have a companion animal. So really to have a broadened scope of who it is that we could be talking about. So we use different modes of engagement, storytelling, and role play and games were some of the ones that we included into this toolkit. And the idea was not so much to design activities where there would be right or wrong answers, but really to create and open up spaces for discussion and critical thinking without seeing beforehand what kind of issues or discussions could arise. So there are so many topics and themes to include, and we didn't want to, although the activities direct and instruct us to do a certain task, really we wanted to have a more open-ended approach where there are no right or wrong answers. Some of the challenges in designing of the creation of this toolkit is that we had a limited space. So what topics do we include? And something that we have discussed with Veronica before is how we have remained in what we could see as like a safe space. So some topics, although they are addressed, they're not explicitly addressed. So there is an activity on animal shelters and feral lives, which can bring in discussions of abandonment and adopting and buying animals. But I did choose a more careful approach in really how do we present these issues, or how do we present these themes? And that brings into question really, who is our target audience? Who do we want to reach with this toolkit? And the way that we have seen it in our discussions is really to try to appeal to not just those who have an interest beforehand in these issues and who might already have questions of their own or know about it, but really to try and get these issues or these themes to a broader public. And it's a balancing act of how do we appeal to a wide audience without then alienating some. So this is one of the reasons why, specifically for me as a critical animal studies researcher, I consider that this still exists in a safe space. But I'll get to that in just the next slide too. So really we had to decide, because of this limited space, is what to include, how explicitly to address specific issues, and who do we want to reach with this toolkit. So just to wrap up before we move on to Clara's magic, is really we wanted this toolkit to be a conversation starter, to open up space in classrooms, to begin to think with the students and teachers about the different relations we have with animals in our homes and more broadly in our communities. And going back to Helena Pedersen, a critical animal studies education scholar, she has beautifully said that to help animals or to bring animals into this discussion, we need to create thousands of tiny spaces in schools for animal perspectives and animal stories. And I think despite us maybe operating in this safe space of not explicitly addressing some more contentious issues, we strive to create that. This will help create these thousands of tiny spaces for animal stories in schools. And by creating these thousands of tiny spaces, we can create a bigger wave of change. So despite the toolkit then being developed in a different way than the original plan of having the children really at the forefront of the design, we really did align it with the themes that came out through the interviews and the photographs. And despite these ready-made resources, I see them as having a really important role in bringing these thousands of animal stories into schools. Really, what we need to also focus on more broadly is how do we create the systemic transformations in education systems for these toolkits. Our resources are valuable, but really to also discuss the issue of systemic transformations. And like I said before, the content, it only becomes alive through, or I see as very valuable in bringing content and words and thoughts alive, is through design and through this visual art. And how do we spark curiosity and spark attentiveness to others? Words can play an important role, but I think that's where Clara's magic design comes in, and I'll pass the floor to Clara.
Can you switch? Maria? Next slide.
It froze, I'm so sorry.
Okay.
It's thinking.
When we started thinking about the toolkit graphic design, we first had to establish some for whom we were creating it. We are designing for educators, but mostly we are doing it for the children, the graphic design. This means that the design should be appealing for them and help spark their creativity and imagination. Should also invite them to engage with the toolkit and co-create their activities materials through drawing and coloring. An example of these are the masks that we are developing for one of the activities. They should be made to be completed and painted by the children in order for them to decide their final appearance. was also important to know how we will distribute the toolkit, and because it is going to be available online for free download, we are making it in A4 paper size to be easily printed in a regular printer. We will also have 2 documents available for download, a full version of the toolkit and 1 document only with the material activities, to make it easier for the educators to distribute the materials. Can you switch, Maria?
I'm so sorry, it keeps freezing.
Okay.
I think I have to stop sharing again.
The graphic design of the toolkit is still being developed, but these are the main guidelines for its construction. We have chosen these fonts. We decided to keep an illustration style similar with the one of the exhibition and catalog in order to keep connection with clan's identity, but we decided to change the typography and use a different font pairing. These fonts were chosen for their unwritten style and for having serifs. The penguin font, the name is Penguin, on the title was chosen because of its rounded and irregular shape. And the serifs on the other fonts also helps with reading. Serifs are good for text. That's why we should just. Next slide.
Maria, can you touch the screen? Maybe that's the problem. If you, yeah, okay.
The illustration was made for the cover image. The book represents the toolkit, and the animals and places that come out of the book represent how children imagine and explore other animal worlds. Can you switch it? And this is the toolkit cover. And for now, I don't have anything more to share. We are still developing the design of the toolkit, the graphic design, and it's all. Thank you for listening.
Okay, well, thank you so much. It was really interesting. Clap, clap, clap. And okay, Jean-Gas is also here clapping. Good. Okay, so now we have some time for the commentators to give their, thoughts, comments about the work. Unfortunately, Teresa is not here, so she can say more things about the workshops, but maybe Veronica can tell us a little bit more about workshops later on, after where we have a big debate or a big, some time for debate, so we can share a little bit more about what happened in the workshop. So maybe we should start with Melissa Knowles. I don't know if you are, yeah, you are there. Good. So thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. It's been really fantastic working alongside as an advisory group member and working with Veronica predominantly, but also her team at various points. So thank you very much for inviting me to begin with. To be part of the advisory group and to follow your journey. So yeah, my name is Melissa Knowles. I'm based in the Department of Sociology at Goldsmiths at the University of London. So I have a few comments. I hope not to go on for too long because it'd be really lovely to be able to have a bit of a discussion as well. So I'm coming at this from a childhood studies perspective and from a live and inventive sociology perspective, which is what Goldsmith sociology is known for, and also where I kind of align my own work. I'm not coming at it at all from a multi-species family perspective. Although I have a sort of biographical interest in this, having just been joined in January by a dog, so we've gone from 3 to 4, and we're still learning each other's rhythms and practices, and that's been very, very interesting. And he may come in at some point if he decides that he's too annoyed with the door being shut. Okay, so I have some comments or some reflections in terms of three areas really, which kind of align with my interests and the work that I've developed on over the last sort of 10 years. So this idea of children as photographers, thinking a little bit about the staging of an exhibition, the writing of a catalogue as a public's creating methodology, and then also a few comments about the Children's Photography Archive and the sort of the importance of archiving and going beyond the ephemeral. So a lot of my comments are based on the catalogue. I can't remember, Veronica, if the catalogue is public. I think you said the Portuguese version is printed, so I don't know if others have had a chance to see the catalogue.
Not yet, it's still being printed, but it is public. It is to be public, both in Portuguese and in English.
Yeah, okay. So I mean, a lot of the photographs that you've seen through the presentations also appear in the catalogue. So one of the comments, or one of the framing devices in the catalogue is Veronica and Clara talk about the watchword was to follow the clues provided by our child photographers. And one of the key questions Veronica set out with this afternoon was, you know, did the children animal practices contribute to making of children child photographers? And indeed, did the project afford for children to become photographers of these everyday practices in multi-species families? So I think one of the things in looking at the catalogue and later in the exhibition as well, I mean, the child's gaze. So this kind of gets us to think about the child's gaze. What is the child's gaze? This can be sometimes hard to follow. It can confuse, right? Those of you who have your own children or have, you know, are in contact with children of a young age who take their parents' mobile phones and then you go through your photographs afterwards, just have those kind of pictures in mind. I mean, that's all part of the child's gaze, so they can confuse, especially if we think about this in relation to photography's visual regimes, which we as adults have internalized probably without realizing. So many in the room might think of ourselves as amateur photographers or not photographers, bad photographers, really good photographers, and all these kind of visual regimes, whether that's thinking in terms of landscape, portraiture, still life, all of these have been very much internalized. Many of us would probably be able to point to and agree to a certain extent on what we might find a visually aesthetically pleasing photograph. And most of the time, this would not include the sort of photographs that children take. And that's not to say they don't take visually pleasing photographs, they do. So children's photography often doesn't conform to these regimes. We can think about children's love of the crooked camera angles, the playful camera angles, or their love of repetition, the same subject taken over and over and over again, which when I was writing this sort of reminded me a little bit perhaps of professional photographers who will often take a same shot many, many times and then look through in olden days through a magnifying glass to pick, you know, the right shot. And yet with my mum hat on, I know that when my son takes my mobile phone and does the same thing, I get very annoyed and start to delete all the repetition. And I'm sure I'm not the only parent who does that. Not as a researcher though. So taking photographs that are messy, or photographs of mess. There is a photograph, which I think we've also seen in the presentation of dog shit, where adults and visual regimes might strive to clean things up, as well as the jobs that animals do around the house. So the cat who comes out to kill the flies on the balcony. We also found the child's gaze not just behind the camera, but also in something of an auteur role, directing a parent, I would presume, I don't know this, but I presume from what I know of children's photography, to take a photograph of them and their animal in a way that captures the essence of the animal. A blurry photo of Benji the dog, who can never sit still on page 45 of the catalogue, being a case in point. It is a rather blurry image of the dog as well. So photographs and their narration. So what's really lovely, and we can think about this, I often think, and with my colleague Christos Barbandakis, we've developed a kind of a methodology, but also a way of thinking of photographs and their narration. So thinking of those things together, the image and the text. Visual anthropologist Marcus Banks has written widely about, you know, the inappropriateness of interpreting photographs without context and without the taker's interpretation. So Photographs and the narration pick up on minute gesture. So she puts her hand, what one of the children says, she puts her hand on our wrist as if to say, I want more. The cheekiness of animals that is also shared with children. The cat takes the human seat in their absence, inserting themselves into the family dinner table and the family meal time. Like children, animals have a way of inserting themselves into spaces and relationships with little regard for time. And children's photographs recognize this as they capture their animals sitting alongside their laptops and computers, those connecting devices that we all relied on, especially heavily during the pandemic. And I'm very conscious that a lot of the field work took place during the pandemic. So photographs and their narration recast mundane activities in rich detail. I find myself struck by the children's narrations of what the animals like and dislike, revealing intimate knowledge of their companion species, a real sort of as a real known. And yes, I think an ability to put themselves in the animal's paws. And I absolutely love that expression that you've come up with. I think it's beautiful. I also find myself laughing wholeheartedly at the pure joy of the playfulness of the photographs, the dog on the tricycle in particular. I was sitting in my office yesterday thinking about this, and it really made me laugh very much in a very warm, kind of joyful way. And the sort of charming anthropomorphizing of the dog on the tricycle by I presume, single child without a younger sibling to playfully toy with in this way. It's incredibly moving. So the team have also taken the idea, I think, have taken the idea of the child photographer very seriously in presenting the children as the authors of the stories and the photographers of their companion species. They have done this sensitively through cartoons, also enabling the balance between recognition of the children as authors and photographers and the preservation of the children's anonymity. And this is very much attention in visual research with children, where children will often want to be credited, and rightly so, and it's not strange. They want to be recognized for their creations. And we as researchers are working under child protection regimes, under regimes of anonymity, and these two things often clash. And so in a case like when we are sort of tasked with creating publics, which I'll move on to in a moment, this is very much attention, and I really enjoyed the very creative way in which you overcame that through the kind of introduction of other forms of art and design. So I want to talk a little bit about staging an exhibition and writing a catalogue. So I don't see these, I mean, we can say staging an exhibition and writing a catalogue. I know very well what a labor of love these things are and how time consuming they are. So photography and its narration, something that elsewhere in my own research, my team and I have called photo stories, is a powerful, I think, vehicle for creating publics, but also the mixing of modes and media. So modes, the research, the design practice that we've heard about, and the media, the photos, the text, the cartoons. So we've got various levels of signification playing with each other and drawing audiences in there. I think there was it was interesting to hear you say that, you did have an initial audience in mind of the children in the study. And it's interesting, and I think one of the challenges of this bit of a project is really thinking about the audience. And in many ways, I find Michael Warner's framing of a text in search of an audience. So this is a catalogue and an exhibition online that will be in search of an audience. And so when we promise funders outputs or dissemination activities like exhibitions at time zero of the project, we often do not know where they will land. And I find this very fascinating. What ears and eyes will they find, and what bodies might they resonate with? So, and the kind of the labor, the imaginative labor that I think goes in creating these exhibitions and these catalogues shouldn't be underestimated. So they are very much, whether they're online or in person, an exercise in imagination, in imagining an audience get to be. In many ways, we create our audiences and our publics, and in doing so, we're continuing with our research. So I in my own work, I don't separate these two parts of the research in a way. You're still doing research and you still discover things in the process of what we might call output and dissemination. Because these public interventions have the capacity to disrupt taken for granted thinking, both of our interlocutors, but also of the strangers who encounter these photographs and narrations. And sometimes these interventions with strangers can be very powerful. So these are people who will encounter the website or walk off the street to go into an exhibition. So yeah, I think at this point I'd really like to, and I feel quite strongly about this, commend, you know, Veronica and Clara and the entire team for doing this amazing job that they've done with the exhibition catalogue, with the online exhibition, and they're still doing. In terms of, you know, selecting photographs for an amorphous imaginary audience at this point, you really don't know who, you know, you've got your teachers on the one hand, but you don't know who's going to encounter the website. And I think that's exciting. And it's one of the hardest things perhaps that we do as academics, writing for an unknown audience, because usually we're writing, you know, for a very small group of ourselves. We know the codes, we know the language, we know how to express things. Of course, if those who are artists have a different experience, I think, of this process. Yeah, I think I'm sort of, and maybe this, we can open it up for discussion afterwards, but, you know, the challenge of, is the exhibition in person or online? Is it just another website? I think for me, what strikes me here is that in many ways, no, it's not just another website, but also this is a very, very new area of taking arts and heritage online. So in the last 5 years, we've had a number of online museums pop up, which I think has opened up space and democratized in many ways the arts and heritage sort of site. But it's also, you know, this is an open question, whether it is a website or an exhibition or both or hybrid. So with the accessibility of being able to do these things, I wouldn't want to sort of close that now, or to you know, I'd leave it open, is what I'm saying. And then finally, in terms of the Children's Photography Archive, and I'll pop in the link to the Clan exhibition, the Clan collection into the chat. I mean, what's really exciting here is the ability to then, for this collection of photographs that the children took, to live on beyond the project, and to find audiences that perhaps it might not have done in the temporality of the project and in the sort of the space of Lisbon. And one of the things we're trying to do with the Children's Photography Archive is to go slightly beyond the ephemeral, and to think about the longevity of the child's gaze, and to create these collections where they might be used in education, they might be used in other fora. So I'll leave it at that. And thank you again very much. And I'm very much looking forward to Harry's comments as well.
Thank you, Melissa. Okay, so now we have Harry.
Thank you, Monica.
Thank you.
Thank you, first of all, Veronica and the team, for the incredible work that you've done. When you mentioned before, Monica, about the session that we had, I can't believe it's 4 years ago that we were sitting together and discussing animal behavior, and I've been reflecting on that. And my background, as you know, is in animal welfare and increasingly in human behavior change, understanding the attitudes and the motivations for people's attitudes and behaviors towards animals, and how we can change those things. And so I'm reflecting on this in that context in relation to the impact that I actually believe that this research can have, which is substantial. I want to congratulate everybody at Clan, Veronica and the whole team, for this work. It really is exceptional. And having looked through the materials over the last few days, it is extraordinary the amount of work that has been put into the last 4 years, and the results that this is turning out. Thinking about what has been said this afternoon, just kind of going through it as the thoughts occurred to me a little bit, and then reflecting on those. from the photographic side, my immediate thought was how incredible these children are, because if I try and take a photograph of my dog, she will immediately look away, like I'm trying to torture her with the camera. So seeing the images really is an insight into the families and the relationships there, and obviously that's key to this entire project. And as Melissa said, you know, having that lens through the child's eye is vitally important here. It's really a wonderful representation of the many lives of these animals. Obviously, each one is an individual, and being able to see it through the child's eyes, through the family's eyes, and seeing each animal with its own personality and its own place within the family, I think is an incredibly important element of this project. So that not all dogs are just pet dogs. You know, each one is an individual and has a place and a personality that often is only seen by those people within the house. And it's there's been mention of anthropomorphism, and obviously, you know, one of the risks with children is there's a risk of interpreting what you're seeing in a certain way without actually understanding the behavior that you are witnessing. And I think capturing these moments and having the children think more reflectively about what they're doing, rather than just pointing a camera and taking a picture, is actually trying to capture something and understand what they're seeing, I think is very, very important. And whilst there's obviously always going to be some anthropomorphism there, I think that's the nature of being a pet owner, to be able to understand at a deeper context what you're able to see. And as I said, seeing the hidden lives of each animal, because you are in such an intimate relationship with them, that there are things that objectively might seem like anthropomorphism, but actually are a true representation of potentially that animal's emotions and feelings, because you only would see that through the eyes of the child or the family member there. And so being able to capture that, I think, is an incredibly useful tool to be able to balance that anecdotal evidence with wider evidence on animal behavior and welfare. It was clear, as I said, through the images, how integrated these animals are in the family. And I was thinking about photography and how familiar everybody is. Everybody has a camera in their pocket now. And when Melissa was just talking about taking 50 images, and if you went through my phone and saw the number of images of cats and dogs on there, it would be embarrassing, to say the least, especially when my wife comments on how few pictures there are of her. But that aside, there is always a balance to strike, I think, when we live in such a visual society now, of capturing images that aesthetically are pleasing or capture a moment, but maybe don't necessarily represent in the best way the behavior that we're witnessing. And I suspect that there is a nice balance in these photographs of both, but it's something that occurred to me as I was looking through some of the images. They're all very relatable. And moving on to kind of Maria's comments about the educational toolkit, which I think is a vitally important output here. There are huge gaps in animal welfare education, as Maria alluded to, and this work and this toolkit really, I believe, from what I've seen, can help close that gap substantially. You know, there is I've always felt that in animal welfare education, and I use that term I've never been comfortable with the term animal welfare education, because it seems very specific. And you know, what has been mentioned here is that the best way of educating and understanding animal emotions and animal behavior and animal rights, if you want to put it in that way, is to have them embedded across a curriculum and have them as part of the conversation, rather than just having a lesson about animal welfare. I've always found that for want of a better term, animal welfare education is very confusing for children and adults. You know, animals are represented in so many different ways. They're through stories and through characters and through literature, through anthropomorphization of different creatures and species, representatives through, you know, tales of mythology, and you know, but also they're present in family, but then they're also food, and they serve a function, and they're a commodity, and they're a pest. And so children are confronted with animals in so many different ways, and it can be, I imagine, very confusing to grow up and see a species or an animal represented in so many different ways when it is in fact the same animal and the same species. And so an educational tool that confronts that a little bit and normalizes this conversation of animals and embeds it through our understanding is vitally important. One of the organizations that I've worked with in the past, called Animals Asia, a couple of years ago put together an activism campaign to do with farm animal welfare, and something that Melissa said reminded me of this. Sorry, not Melissa, Maria said reminded me of this. And it was about empathizing with animals and understanding their behaviors and the similarities between us and them. And the campaign was called Just Like Us. And, you know, for example, it was, you know, cows just like us have friends, chickens just like us are social animals. And so it was looking at all these commonalities of, there are many more than there are, and have an educational tool that promotes this, but it promotes it in a way that again reflects back through the eyes of the children and makes it more relatable and more understandable, rather than being preachy, which so many of these animal education tools are. This is much more relatable and reflective of I think an importance that is more relevant to hopefully the people that are going to be taking part in this ongoing process as a result of the research. I always thought of animal behavior when I've tried to explain this to other people as like learning a foreign language. You know, once you understand what you're looking at, it's very easy to understand what is being said by another animal, and having these visual observations of that is key. And the language that we use for animals is the terminology we use, again, is also something that is quite contradictory sometimes. You know, whether pets implies some sort of commodity, whereas part of the family, animals being part of the family, represents something else. Farm animals is different to animals raised for farming. And so the way we use language, and especially when we normalize it through our conversations with children, can have a very important role in their perception of animals. But it's a constant challenge. And as I said, in relation to kind of attitudes and behaviors, what we want to be able to do is try not to alienate or preach when we're talking about welfare or animal rights or anything like that. And I think that this does that so well. I think there is such an opportunity here to build on the research that has been done here. As was said, the thousands of tiny spaces, there's an opportunity to kind of embed the work that's been done here throughout a child's life, whether through their ability to access the book, or the photographic exhibition, or through the toolkit. I think by using the research here and normalizing this conversation and being able to represent animals in a way that can make such a huge difference is going to be invaluable. And I'm very excited to see where all of this research actually leads, because I think it's going to lead to something really quite powerful, or at least has the potential to. So I'm not going to ramble on any further. Those were just my thoughts on the research and the work. So I just want to congratulate everybody else again for the incredible work that you've done. And yes, I think it would be a good time to open up the conversation.
Yeah, Well, brilliant, really, really good input by Melissa and also Harry. I have lots of things to say, but I will shut up because you all also have lots of things to say. So the floor or the screen is now to, the team, I don't know, the Veronica and the others, and also for the audience. If you have questions, please, you can put in on the chat or you can raise your hands. And I think the idea here is really to exchange thoughts, ideas, comments, questions, develop thoughts. So I think it's really a very informal and open and welcoming screen to intellectually engage in such a fantastic project and also fantastic comments. I'll shut up. So who goes ahead?
Monica, may I, while people just warm up before kind of aligning their own questions, I'll just, in the name of the whole team, and would like to thank a big thank you to both commentators, Melissa and Harry. It was amazing hearing you, and yeah, and I'll have more things to say, but just these words of acknowledgement and recognition, I just felt that I had to say them right away. And yeah, but I have more to comment on, and here I wouldn't take time right away. I'd rather wait for people to bring up the questions.
So I don't see here anything on the chat, and also, so I will let people think, but I will say a few things. One thing that really captured me was the fact to, go a little bit out of the box. These experimentations with toolkits and the exhibition are really interesting ways of exploring things out of the box. So what would happen if you were not constrained by the ethical issues or by the regime, or the image regimes, for instance? What kind of performances and practices would emerge that would say something about the child and the animal child relation? So this is something that's, and also extending to what Harry was saying about the multiplicity. I was thinking that it's so important to place animals in their various facets, and dimensions, and that is really is a challenge to think about the animal multiple. I'm thinking about animal, the body multiple, but to think about the animal multiple in various dimensions that is scattered throughout different practices as well, and different contexts, not only the family, but the school, and different textures as well. So the flesh, something to eat, something to pack and to feed. So I think it would be really enriching to explore more these ideas around multiplicity and also the invisibility. So how can you enlighten what was invisible, and to really reflect on the consequences and the effects of making invisible things visible. So that's another thing. But they're just provocations, and but that's really the richness of the debate, and also the results that are coming out of the project. So I was wondering, okay, thanks for sharing your work with us. I didn't get when the toolkit will be available. So Maria Sofia Vizcaya is asking, when is the toolkit available? And I don't know if Veronica wants to answer now.
Yes, I can say a few words. So both the toolkit and the exhibition will be available if everything goes as planned on the 4th of October. So the 4th of October is the Day of the Animal. So we are organizing this big party here at ICS. So for those of you who are in Lisbon, you are all invited to come along and bring your children. So the idea is to join, to get together with the children of the project and with the parents and everyone who has an interest in this question. So we plan to have the toolkit ready by that time, and also the exhibition, the online exhibition. We plan to launch it there, as well as to launch the book of Joana. I see Joana is also here, Joana Estrela, the book Meow, the book Joanna did for Clan. And all this will be both in English and in Portuguese. So the exhibition catalog, and this answers Melissa's question. The catalog is already in print, the Portuguese version, so the English version is not yet in print. We'll just print a few items, but then the whole stuff will be ready to download on the website of the exhibition. So it's free, of course. It's an open resource, and it will be available in English and Portuguese.
Okay, good, Veronica. And then we have another question by Becky Tipper here on chat. That was all wonderful. A small question. Will there be, I don't know if Becky is here and can put the question herself, because I cannot see her.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, okay, so
Hang on,
you can
sorry.
go ahead.
Hello, hi. Yeah, that was really lovely. It was wonderful, and all the comments were really interesting. Yeah, it was just a small question. I was wondering if there would be any opportunity on your online exhibition for people to give comments or feedback, because I think it's interesting to see what audiences make of the work. Like, I liked what Melissa said about that kind of ongoing process of research, like whether people might learn or have interesting thoughts from seeing those photos, because I've looked at the photos too and they were so interesting. So that was just a small practical question about the website. I was just curious if you would be doing that.
Thank you. May I, Monica?
Yeah.
Thank you, Becky. I'm not sure, actually. That's a very good question. I'm not sure whether we have I know we have a way of the audience contacting us. So there's an email and those kind of, you know, the things that people fill in, and then we get the feedback, but not something that's very interactive, because after the project's ending, we won't have anyone working full time in the project. So there are no resources available to interact directly with the children. But actually it's a good question, and I'll try to find out. Maybe Clara, do you know if there's anything more interactive in the exhibition site?
There isn't any interaction in the exhibition. There is nothing more interactive in the exhibition. What the website is being made, this is not exactly interaction, but it's being made with some animations. When you scroll it, there are things that appear. So the photos start to appear. There are things that move slightly. Small animations, it's not big animations. But there is nothing to leave comments. That wasn't, at least that wasn't planned on the website.
Yeah, I can see it would add a lot more work. So yeah, you have limited resources. Yeah.
Yes, but it's a very good point. Thank you for bringing it up. And I think it actually links very well what Melissa said about in search of an audience. I love that idea, and writing for an unknown audience. And I think that's why we thought a lot about the Clan children. And also I'd like to link this back to the idea of what outreach means. What means these outreach tools for us? And it's been a concern that I've had for a while. For many years, I've done research, and in the end of research, I didn't get the feeling that the people I had been working with would get access even to my findings or to the things that I've been thinking about. So when we began this project, we began discussing this very early on. How is it that we can give back to the participants? That's why the 24 families and the 24 children are very much in our mind. And so, yes, you're totally right. It's an unknown audience, but at least it's an audience that will be extended in time and place. So this is a very social practice thing also. But in our mind, we thought of our Clan children maybe as archetypes of children that could help us to work with a language that we thought was more useful for them to understand. Maybe I could add something on your comment also of children as photographers. That idea that you develop in your own work was very useful for us as we were going through through the materials and through this ordeal actually of putting together this as an exhibition. So questions as repetition, some topics coming over and over again, the messiness and the messiness of children's lives, with Paulina also mentioned in her own work as we listened yesterday, or the things they do around the house. So I think that what we tried to do, so not sure if we were successful, but what was on our mind was to kind of follow the thread of their narrative around these things, repetition, messiness, and things they would photograph in order to understand their practices. So those 8 galleries are our approach on this, are the way we found to organize this. And I think this also links a little bit with Monica, what you said about the visible and invisible, and about the scattered lives of animals. And I think both visually and in terms of concept, that's what we had in mind when we thought about the galleries. And I think I would pass it on to Maria and Clara for Harry's very interesting comments on the toolkit. They were so interesting, but I think I would pass it on to Maria and Clara.
First, thank you so much for your comments and thoughts on both of these presentations. And something that I wrote many things down, but something I picked up on, which was a really nice way to think about, because Veronica and I have had discussions about this toolkit and things that we would have liked to do better, or to push a bit more, to push more the boundaries of what we could discuss with educators or within schools. But I really like, Harry, what you said about just normalizing the conversation and normalizing the different ways to speak about animals. And I think that's something that I'll definitely take away from this. And it gives a nice way to view this, the work that we've done, and this toolkit really as a tool to normalize these discussions. So thank you for that. It's a really nice perspective that both probably me and Veronica can take away when we think about the challenges, or what we see as challenges in the toolkit. So thank you.
Okay, Veronica, I don't know if you want to give us, I don't know if I have here more, no, but just to give us a snippet to what happened to the work in the workshops, because you know, there was really just to tell us a little bit more, to share that.
Okay.
Teresa was not here.
Yes, yeah. Unfortunately, our colleague Teresa can't be here today. So the workshops are very much aligned with what I was explaining, our concern in the project from the very beginning, in how can we give back to the participants. So this was our first concern. So involving the participants, the families that we were working with, and the children, because we were very much focused also on making children full participants, and the animals. But the animals here, it's a bit different. We didn't bring the animals to the workshops. And then we also, and this was thought about since the beginning, we had the intention to involve relevant stakeholders. And what do we mean by relevant stakeholders? NGOs, social workers, educators, veterinary doctors. So all those practitioners who are directly involved with animals and children, or with animals, and that could take an interest and could benefit from our work and our results. So we organized 3 different workshops, one with the children, the other with the parents, and the other with the relevant stakeholders. So unfortunately, we didn't get them all here. It was late July, very hot in Lisbon, summertime, and COVID-19 time yet. So, but we did have a few families, they were very collaborative, and it was amazing to see how they enjoyed the project, how they felt the project had. We also had feedback on what didn't what they felt could be improved for future projects, which is very helpful. For instance, something they said in this respect was that the visits we did to them and now this time of giving back, so the workshops were too far away in time, and that's totally understandable, because when you're a child, 4 years is almost your whole life, or at least it's half of your life if you're 8, so it's a lot. So that made us reflect, okay, next time we should do this with ethnography rather than visits separated in time. Next time maybe we should spend more time in a single extended moment. But other than that, we discussed, we put together a few participatory exercises for the workshop, and we tried to select nodal topics that came out of our analysis of the data and discuss them with them without being very academic. So this is what we think we can say. One of the things we think we can say after we've gone through all the things that you've said to us and all the data that we've collected. And then we put them discussing, and it was very helpful. And the workshops with the stakeholders, it was one single workshop, was online, so it was a bit different. The children and the parents, we invited them to come to ICS, and that was a very happy moment, I must say, because after 2 years of not being able to do that, because we know the children, it's very difficult to get them here because they are so busy, they have so many things to do. But once they get here, they are so happy to be able to visit university and to be part of the project in a different way. So it was very good, and we invited an NGO so they cooked sorry, the words are not coming out. They cooked the plant-based coffee break for the children. So we also engaged in this case an NGO was very committed to disseminating plant-based meals and plant-based alternatives, which was also a way of engaging with NGOs and of introducing the children and the families to that particular NGO, and other NGOs doing the same work. So that was also a happy moment in the workshops. Yeah. And if you have any particular questions about content, I can just also add. Otherwise, I'll just keep on talking. I will never shut up.
Okay. So, well, more comments or more observations or questions or yes, I think Melissa is one. And yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's just trying to bring the toolkit design with the workshops together, 2 threads. I wonder if you've had a chance to show the toolkit or to converse with educators about the design of the toolkit. And the reason I say this, partly, Maria, when you were presenting, I had very strong resonance of myself about 18 months ago, where for a different project, we were also designing a toolkit, which for various reasons, I mean, it's there, it just hasn't gone live and whatnot, but it was on issues around politics. So looking at gender, economy, what else we look at? There was like 6 topics. But I remember having similar thoughts of like, how do you present these? And, you know, because we know from the research that children want to know, and they often ask questions and will often get shut down, sometimes not because adults don't want to talk about it, but because they don't feel equipped to talk about it. They don't have language. And then we know in schools that for some topics, like one of the things was death. So we know that educators would like to have more experience in how to address these things. And then in the UK context, we have some very interesting policies coming out of the Department for Education. And so in some ways that are not conducive to these critical conversations at all. So I guess my question is, and to bring the two together, yeah, how have teachers actually responded to the toolkit, if they have? Because part of me wonders whether we worry too much about making things safe. And I say this as somebody who literally loses sleep over that. So it's an open question, like, do we worry too much? Yeah.
Thank you so much for the question and the comments. First, I'll address, before I answer your question about the toolkit and the response from teachers. I completely, what you were saying about how children often have the questions and they themselves ask these questions, and it's kind of shut down by the teachers or the adults in this situation. And that's completely true when it comes to what can be seen, what we adults often see as difficult questions about animals and our relations with animals, and how teachers or adults often just don't feel, yeah, like you said, equipped to have these so-called difficult conversations that don't have easy answers. And Paulina Rautio, who's here with us today as well, the project that she led, in which I did my PhD, Animate, we published a book. Unfortunately, it's still only published in Finnish, but it was around these questions, these so-called difficult questions that children raise about animals. And it just goes to show that children are ready and willing and often want to have these difficult conversations, but really, and that's something that we talk about in teacher training, is really how do we make future teachers more comfortable in these situations when there is no easy answer, really. So what we often refer to back to is this idea of staying with the trouble. And then back to the toolkit, when I was designing the activities and really, this dilemma of like, is this enough? But going back to my own teaching practice before I got into research, really thinking like what would be possible with my students, like what could I do in a comfortable way to bring these discussions into the classroom. So the final toolkit yet hasn't been given to teachers to consult, but when I created the activities, I did give that for consultation to 2 teachers to get their feedback on whether something should be modified or added. And so in the design process of the activities, teachers were consulted, but the final product, it's yet to see what is their response. But that's also something that we're really interested in hearing from the teachers of how has it been useful to them? Has it been useful? What has been discussed? And yeah, there's so many questions that we would love to have, discussions that we would love to have with those who do use the toolkit, because it's really invaluable information on how does it look in practice, and were some of the things that we were afraid of, maybe we shouldn't have been afraid of, or just, yeah, to see how that toolkit then lives in classrooms in different places.
Yeah, that was also my question, whether we will have the chance to actually make the teachers appropriate the toolkit in classes and see what happens, what are the dynamic that emerges from that, and also how do they appropriate, how can we tinker as well with the toolkit.
And another thing that just came to my mind now was also how much background information do we give? And because we had limited space, we were thinking, how do we provide links or tools to teachers who might not be familiar with these topics? And once you start going down this path, it's really like, how do we bring in everything we know into 25 pages, or I don't know how many pages it will finally be with the design, but really, and also do we provide sessions or information sessions where we explain the toolkit also? There's many questions.
So Harry, would you like to say something?
Yeah, it's really interesting to hear kind of your thoughts on that, Maria. I know that in my experience of working with educators, either teachers in schools or kind of community educators, that because there is so much hypocrisy and complexity in our understanding and our treatment and use of animals, it's terrifying for some people to approach it. They avoid it completely. They want something very, we can talk about dogs and how nice it is to play with a dog and how it was a pet, but as soon as somebody raises their hand and says, what about cruelty? What about the dog meat trade? What about like dogs being poisoned on the street in something like that? It's like you just want to push that away. And certainly when I've been involved in these conversations and given lectures on these areas, it very quickly goes from animal behavior to philosophy and morals and ethics, and taking it down that route obviously then opens up, if you've got a 35-page toolkit, how do you then delve into the complexity of these moral and ethical issues that basically are underpinning everything that we're talking about with animals here and our treatment of them? I mean, there are amazing resources out there, but it's an enormous challenge. But I think being able to confront it and giving these the teachers the tools to be able to find their own way and kind of picking up on Monica's point of this is going to be a learning process. I suspect that this toolkit and this process is going to evolve as it goes. And just giving them the starting point and the opportunity to navigate in the appropriate way. But I think having those conversations is vital. I think one of the reasons why there is such poor animal welfare and such a poor understanding of animal welfare is precisely because we avoid these kinds of conversations. And so if we can find the right framework to be able to have that in a safe environment with an open dialogue, I think would be incredibly progressive.
Could I jump in there for a second?
Yeah.
So yeah, I just in terms of Harry's comments, one of the findings of your project was that the responsibility for taking care of the animals was not something that children undertook, and your focus was on affective and relational connections with the animals. Traditionally, humane education has focused a great deal on responsibility and what the dog needs in terms of shelter and food and so forth. But it seems to me that you can avoid the extreme of the animal rights arguments and the exploitation arguments with the focus on affection. So, for example, we could talk about when the dog gets sick. So when the dog gets sick, we have feelings about the dog has feelings. There's consequences to the dog being sick. They have to go to the vet and they stay there for 2 days. We miss the dog. So it seems to me that opens up a discussion of the subjective life of the animal and a richer sense of the animal without burdening the child with the responsibility for taking care of the child. As I remember, one of your findings was also that one of the functions of the dog and the cat was that it lessened the burden on the child in terms of their schoolwork, which was the focus for the parents. Did you do your homework? How come Johnny got a B- and you got a C? Those kinds of pressures. So I think the affective and relational focus is something that you can add to traditional humane ed.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah, thank you, Ken. This is a little bit fluctuating, the internet here. Veronica, do you want to last comments, because we are 3 minutes away from the break.
Okay. So thank you so much. So just commenting on Ken's comments, so to speak. Yes, thank you so much. I think it's a very interesting way to put it. So bringing up the effective and relational to link it to responsibility. Yes, definitely we'll work on that. So thank you so much. And actually I had raised my hand just to add that we are thinking of and working with, I see Teresa Andre is here also in the room. Hi, Teresa. It's great to have you here. So Teresa works for the Ministry of Education, and she works in education, and we've been working with Teresa for a while now, for a few years. And now there's a plan, at least to think about how we can bring these tools to schools and to educators and to learning environments, learning spaces, even if those learning spaces are not the school, the classroom. It may be outside of the classroom, also for parents. So we are thinking of maybe webinars and other tools that may be online or otherwise. So there's the plan. That's an ongoing plan with Teresa. So thank you, Teresa, for the opportunity and for being here today. It's been lovely to work with you.
Yeah, I thought that Teresa was going to say something, because I'm sure that she recognized a lot of the things that Harry was talking about, the difficulties. Okay. So I don't know if there is last minute questions, but if not, we can close this session. I think it was really, really instructive and really fantastic discussion here with lots of things to think about. So it is an in-progress project and outreach as well. So thank you so much, and I'll see you at 4, isn't it, Veronica? I think, yes, it is at 4, yeah. So we have 15 minutes break to stretch our legs and have some drinks, and I'll see you at 4 o'clock, okay? Bye now, and thank you, Melissa and Harry.
Bye, thank you so much, Melissa and Harry, and thank you all.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. First of all, I was already explaining in Portuguese, but now in English. I apologize for not showing up on camera. I realized earlier today that my camera isn't working, and I spent an hour trying to solve it unsuccessfully, so sorry about that. Welcome to the second part of the session, Going Beyond Plants Outreach. I'm Rui Costa Lopes. I'm a social psychologist. I'm a researcher here at ICS. And at ICS, I coordinate the outreach committee. So I'm very, very happy to see the space and importance that was devoted to outreach in CLA and in this conference. So we have a very tight session time-wise, where we'll be having 3 presentations and two commentators. And so to keep the time more controlled, we decided to have space for discussion only at the end of the session after the commentators. So there's not going to be a Q&A at the end of the film presentation, which is our very first presentation. And so we'll start right away. And the first presentation will be mostly a film screening. The film is entitled Children and Animal Companions, Care, Love, and Grief in Multispecies Families. But I will give Maria Martelli some time to tell us what we're about to see. And let me just say that Maria Martelli is a co-producer and writer at Just Wondering. And Just Wondering is a collective that produces short films and animated essays critical to the status quo. So if Maria is ready, so Maria will share her screen so we can see the film in the best quality version directly from her computer. And for those who have issues with connection, and only for those, you can use the link that will be available in the chat.
Hi everyone.
Thank you, Maria. Go ahead.
You can hear me okay? No lag?
Yes. No lag.
Good. So I put the link in the chat for people who, like you said, have some internet trouble connections, and then I will share it without further ado, since we're on a tight schedule. It's the film that we produced together with Just Wondering after Veronica contacted us, based on the clan research that we also went through and we read, and then we worked through with our processes, which are illustration, animation, and then also we had somebody who did the music composition. Okay, so I think I can share it. Just a second. Okay. I'm looking for it. Can you see it?
Yes.
Is it full screen? Yes.
Yes, I think so.
Okay, I will begin it then.
As a time in one's life, childhood is often paired with closeness to the rest of the animal world. And like many other things that become lost as we grow up influenced by social expectations about adulthood, so does this affinity. For some of us, loving animals is sometimes considered childish, and talking about them as part of one's family might come with an obligatory chuckle. Just so the audience doesn't think you're that kind of person. But as I was writing this, I could say that the cat sitting on my lap was family, her purrs and her warmth calming my cramps. And as we are recording this, we need to do it in between the dog's naps, if we can manage. So, questions come to me. How is a multispecies family made? How do human and non-human companions learn to relate with one another? Does it happen as early as childhood? And if so, how does it look? What sort of relations arise out of the daily lives of children and their pets? And I do use the word pets knowingly. Most often it is animals as pets that children come into contact with. What do the two kinds of beings learn from each other? Animals as pets and humans as children, both being vulnerable to adult humans and the society in which they live. Luckily, some of these questions have already been tackled by several researchers, so in this video, we'll focus mainly on the CLAN research project, which stands for Children-Animal Friendships, Challenging Boundaries Between Humans and Non-Humans in Contemporary Societies, coordinated by Veronica Policarpo. The research explores these questions by looking at effective practices of children and pets, by looking at how empathy and relationships develop and how they are defined, how families and households change, and how care plays a vital role. Hello, childhood, land of endless bliss and play.
Hello, kitten puppy. Were you stray? Or did you grow up in a litter, bred to stay?
Come on here, be our kin, my guardian twin. It'll be fun.
Or so some would say. We start by circling back to the word itself. What or who is a pet?
A pet is an animal who has been named, who is allowed to share the domestic space with humans, and who will never be eaten.
A pet was also named for a child, a spoiled, indulged child. But pets as companion animals seem to have appeared in the Victorian era, initially a practice of the elite who could afford such a splurge. As Western cities began to grow, animal presences in them started being policed. Upper-class sensibilities could no longer stand the smells and the cries of slaughter in the city, so gradually most farmed animals began being pushed out. Discourses surrounding hygiene and public health, along with an increasing desire for a controlled and safe environment, also pushed animals associated with straying out of the streets into the earth or into private homes. But pets could remain in the urban space, that is, under the control of human owners and their children. Pets could have food, shelter, and even space to play. But if they transgressed their proper role, they could always be killed or abandoned. And despite many new laws, their condition is still vulnerable today. Currently, children tend to be viewed as complex beings, but sometimes they are still understood as either innocent and pure, or actually evil, in the sense of being uncivilized, uneducated. They too are pushed into a binary, hard to escape from, seen as not yet adults and often put on the other side of what is considered rational and moral. The idea that children and animals get along well emerged with the idea that children are maybe a bit like animals, sometimes wholesome, sometimes wild. It follows then that not only our ideas of non-human animals are grounded in history, but so are our ideas about children, and that actually these two meet. Both human children and companion animals, regardless of age, share common vulnerabilities. They are both given a subordinate place in relation to adult humans. They are not perceived as fully citizens or granted political power, being placed in a position of guardianship under which their agency can be easily denied. However, while human children grow out of it in time, animals as property remain, being infantilized for their entire lives. Thus arises the potential of questioning both childhood and pethood jointly by looking at how they work together and what practices emerge from these relations. It's no small thing to be able to choose a companion animal, or if you are to be more attentive to the power of words, an animal companion. The entire decision rests on human shoulders. They choose the species, the color, the temperament. According to the clan research, many aspects play a role, from the animal's cuteness and how they look, to preconceived notions associated with certain breeds, to the animal's size or possible behavioral characteristics and needs. Animals enter families from shelters, but also from breeders, from pet stores, and sometimes even as a surprise gift. Parents and children have different views of why they'd like a pet, of course. Parents focus on care and responsibility, on the opportunity that they hope animals will teach children respect for others and how to nurture. Besides, animals are seen as bringers of joy, enriching the emotional life of the family, and as a bonus, they are also able to keep children busy, consuming their excessive energy. Children, of course, see this as the immediate benefit: fun and play. One interviewed child mentioned that,
because animals play with us, it's almost as if they were a friend of ours.
Perceiving individual animals as friends and companions is how human children start to see their subjectivity. As 12-year-old Miriam says about Ninja the cat,
I think that mainly he needs affection. So we have to respect him, like we respect a person. I think that's what he needs to be happy.
Through closeness and affection, it sometimes happens that animals are no longer objectified. But not always. The opposite can happen too. Children that play with living beings as they would with dolls, dressing them up. The relationship is not at all innocent or straightforward. The new animal too has to learn how to adapt to the humans, and there are many rules indeed. What to chew, where to go, when to do this or that, and how to act around all these strange beings mustn't be easy to get right away. The first few weeks are some of the most important. Relationships and rules are set, and if they don't work out, the pet might be returned or rehomed. So, how are multispecies families made? And what species? This is an important question, as different species are treated very differently. Dogs and cats are most often the ones who become closest to humans, and because of this, are most likely to be seen as part of the family. Other animals, such as fish, might be treated as disposable, being quickly replaced if needed. Space is crucial in homemaking, and homemaking plays an essential role in who counts as family. In one study, dogs who were kept inside and allowed to sleep on beds were more likely to be seen as part of the family than those who lived outside. Because there are few spaces in which dogs can interact off-leash in the public domain, the home remains a central site for defining more than human family practices. Within it, rules and routines, while decided upon by adult humans, are changed and influenced by both children and pets. Dogs can be welcomed into a family and be asked to fit into its pre-existing schedules, or they can be allowed to shape them. Cohabitation, shared activities, and the length and quality of the relationship all add up to animals being considered part of the family. Sometimes, children even mention pets of other relatives, which they consider integral to their kin network, and they know quite well. Terms such as meeting, liking, and knowing come up, showing that children often see other animals as individuals they enter a relationship with. Adults, however, even if they do include pets when asked whom they consider family, tend to laugh or dismiss strong affection towards them for fear it might be seen as, you already know it, childish. Being childish is considered something one must grow up. Pet interaction. Adults see an opportunity for children to learn respect and care for one another. In practice, however, things don't go as planned. Most families interviewed within the clan project showed that parents do most of the day-to-day caring, and most often the women. Children do care, but in another way. For them, playing is a form of caring. They see play as a need to be fulfilled, maybe both theirs and the pets. The sensorial aspect of care and play is essential, as interacting between human and non-human animals takes a physical, hands-on form. However, it is not just humans who care, but non-humans too. They provide emotional and sometimes physical support. One child mentions in an interview that,
"Sometimes I begin to make the handstand in the middle of the house, and when I fall down, they come immediately to my rescue."
And another says,
"When we are alone, it's the animals that come to us, that come to help us."
In a study, dogs are shown to become part of the daily routine, for example by being eager to push the bottom drawer of the dishwasher in after the dishes are stacked. So, animals are described as actively producing and changing family dynamics. More than their parents, children recognize that the family wouldn't be the same without its non-human members. For 13-year-old Carla,
life without Lily would be more like I wouldn't talk so much with other people. Because sometimes we're in the kitchen and she comes with her toy and then we hang around each other more.
The human-animal boundary is not so easily drawn in multi-species families, and care is an activity in which all animals participate. Let's take Pavi, for example, an auburn white-spotted dog whom the clan researchers encountered. Barbara, his human, enjoys Pavi's company even when he just lays on the bed, but she also looks out for him when he goes on the balcony to stare at humans, dogs, and birds passing by. Even though Pavi can jump, the girl still pays attention, just in case. Their relationship is embedded in daily life and its needs. For example, when Pavi is thirsty, he looks at the bidet to ask for water. Well, sometimes mistakes are made, as Barbara says.
He goes there and he looks at me. He looks at the bidet, drinks water again, comes back, looks at me. That's when I realized that I opened the hot water tap.
For her, Pavi is
the life of the house, because when everything is silent, He's the one who wants to play. He calls us and we start playing with him. If Pavi isn't around, nothing special will happen because he's the one who moves everything around here.
Encounters such as these and the simple pleasure of just being present together add up to multi-species family life. But families change, and not just in one way. In reconstituted families, animals from previous relationships can bring conflict into new ones. Illness, unemployment, or change of house are all moments in which the status of the pet may change, and so is the birth of a human child. Anthropologist Daphna Shir-Vertesh has coined the term flexible personhood, meaning that pets are like emotional commodities.
They are loved and incorporated into human lives, but can at any moment be demoted and moved outside of the home and the family.
Drawing from David Harvey's conception of flexibility as the defining logic of late capitalism, Shir-Vertesh shows how pethood allows humans to
react adaptively and opportunistically to changing ways of life and social conditions.
Pets are seen as a way to enlarge the family and can be compared to children, as the researcher identifies 4 patterns in her research.
The animal as a pre-child, the animal as a child substitute, the animal as a semi-child, and the animal as a significantly different from a child.
These sorts of conceptualizations build a shaky ground for when actual children appear, as some couples in the research demoted the pet from being seen as their child, calling them an it or a nuisance, and other couples even rehomed the animal, not being able to take care of both. While familiar relationships change between humans too, Shir-Vertesh underlines that in the case of pets, their personhood status is being challenged. They are seen less and less as individual persons, and their undesirable differences, such as too much hair or barking, become salient. The rest of the people in the community tend to follow the couple's conception of the animal, and thus, no one remains to claim their best interests. Being part of the human family is related to being seen as a person. As one becomes more and more entrenched in the family history, one's individuality and personhood become inseparable from the family's understanding on who they are. The non-human animals participate in important events, from birthdays to funerals. They share joy and grief, they stand with humans as humans stand with them, they mourn the dead, and ultimately, they are mourned. Or at least some of them are. Grief is unequal. Not all lives are considered worth grieving. Just as some humans are considered less grievable, some non-human animals too are seen as less so. Without counting all those farmed for food or used otherwise, for companion animals too, there are hierarchies. Dogs and cats tend to be more highly regarded as family members than fish, birds, or reptiles, and thus more deeply mourned. Quite often the cause of death is not even determined for many of them. For example, one child mentions his heartache about his bird.
I don't know exactly what he died from. He kind of... In one day, he was okay, and on the other, he was already. I was sad and I kept asking myself, why?
Grief is political. Research shows there is a taboo against grieving deaths of non-human animals, even of pets, with whom we live closely. Hence researchers gave it a name: disenfranchised bereavement. Grieving individual non-human animals challenges their status as material resources or replaceable members of a species, ultimately putting a dent into human exceptionalism. Following Judith Butler's 3 characteristics of grief, sociologist David Redmalm explores how pets occupy an ambiguous space when being mourned. First, being grieved means being considered irreplaceable, but that is not always true for companion animals, as humans might quickly turn to get another one. Second, grief is transformative and unpredictable, but pet owners often plan for the animal's passing, framing it as manageable and a natural part of having a pet. Third, as grief is a bodily experience, and
the loss of a person is always the loss of a body.
Mourning is felt intensely and physically. This sort of missing appears even when animals are given away without actually dying. Grief reshapes us. It changes our understanding of ourselves, our lives, and the world around us. It lives with us in bittersweet memories, shaping our future. Miriam recalls her departed golden retriever, Lori, and their closeness, even when he died more than 7 years ago, when she was very small. She remembers him dearly, mentioning a touching example of interspecies care and communication.
When I was a baby, Lori would, sometimes, when I started crying, go and get my mother.
Lori seems to have left his multispecies imprint in Miriam's human world. For her, he is irreplaceable. The memory of his body coming to her rescue persists in a timeless zone, and grieving him meant becoming someone else, a human who knows how it feels to be fully connected to another species. So grief calls our world into question. It asks for our attention. It demands our care. And so it is a force of change. Occupying the category of an animal or a pet, and even just being called an animal as a human, is dangerous, as it puts one childish and being infantilized, puts one in a condition of not being taken seriously, missed, guarded. Thus, both categories, that of the pet and the child, operate
I think it fell down.
Yes.
I was wondering if people could watch it on the link, like the last, I think it's still 4 minutes. Okay.
I think we can, so do you think we can give them just these 3 minutes to finish it? Because as soon as it fell down, I clicked on YouTube and put it in the right moment. And I think it was on minute 21, 22 or something like that.
Yes, but if you watch it on the link, it won't lag, because I think it was lagging.
Yeah.
So just, okay, send the link again, sure. Okay, and see you in like 5 minutes, or I don't know.
Yes. Thank you for showing us this beautiful film. I'm sure people will have comments about it and questions, and we'll hear them in a while. For now, let's carry on with the second presentation. So now we'll have Becky Tipper. Becky is a writer and researcher with a PhD in sociology, and she will be speaking to us about literature. Becky, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, thank you so much. That was a wonderful film. I really enjoyed that. Let me just that. Okay. Well, thank you. And it's really a pleasure to be here. So as Rui said, I'm going to speak about my role in the outreach activities with CLAN, and specifically creating a piece of short fiction. So my own background is in sociology with an interest in human animal studies, but I also write creatively and have published fiction, specifically short stories. So when Veronica invited me to participate in this project and to combine my interests, I was delighted. And I'm going to speak today a little bit about why we would use fiction in research, my own process of producing a piece of fiction, and a little bit about the finished short story, which is just under 5,000 words, entitled All the Animals. And I'll share a short extract of that piece. So a few words on why fiction. Why would we want to use fiction or literature to talk about empirical academic research? And I think the idea that fiction is an emotive and effective way to communicate is something that might really ring true with us as people interested in human and animal studies, because so much great literature for children and for adults does in fact concern animals. From my own personal experience, I remember reading Black Beauty as a child and being intensely transported into the life of this fictional horse, how viscerally I felt the kind of empathy and outrage at his mistreatment. And years later, reading Disgrace by J.M. Coetzee, which I think in a really different way gets to the heart of all sorts of complex and painful truths about what it might mean to be a human living with or caring for other animals. So the potential of fiction to be used as a kind of communicative tool has generated a lot of interest in the social sciences in recent years. And I've put some references at the end of this presentation if people are interested. And the idea that fiction can communicate perhaps in a different way to standard academic writing has generated a lot of writing, and researchers have pointed to the way that fiction might capture the internal worlds of characters, people's thoughts and feelings, and how it can offer a way to get under the skin of characters, to show what it can feel like to be in a particular situation or place, to be a particular person. And how in fiction, we can follow an emotional journey of a character. The reader vicariously experiences a life that might be quite unlike their own. And it's been pointed out that fiction might offer a kind of a way of conveying the complex, multi-layered nature of life. But fiction doesn't always aim for objectivity, but embraces the situated and partial kind of perspective. And that fiction can offer us stories that, unlike not all, but some academic writing, isn't about finding definitive statements or conclusions about how the world is, but might leave the reader open to draw their own conclusions. So it was these kinds of things that we wanted to capture in a piece of fiction about CLAN's research data, to tell a story that maybe perhaps was a little different to the way that academic writing might express findings. So when it came to writing fiction based on the data, my first step was to familiarize myself with the findings. We did, of course, reach a stumbling block quite quickly that the data, the interview data was in Portuguese, which I don't speak. But the CLAN team were excellent. We had lots of in-depth discussions about the findings, and they gave me examples and stories from their interview data. And I was also able to look at the photos that the children took that we've spoken about earlier, which offered a really vivid and interesting way to get into the eyes of children and see things from their points of view. And the kind of things which emerge, which obviously we've heard a lot about already, there were themes of joy, of care, often of longing for a particular animal, the difficulties of living with animals, conflict, death, and grief, shared domestic spaces, and the different ways that children and animals engage, children and adults engage with animals. And these were all things that I could recognize from my own experience and research. But there were some things that I felt had a particularly Portuguese flavor. There were species that are kept, I think, more commonly in Portugal. Turtles, birds, parakeets, and parrots, I think, were kept more commonly than in the UK, where I'm from. And another thing which really interested me was, again, something that was spoken about yesterday, was that in several of the families, there was an animal, often a dog, that had a kind of idealized or legendary status, who might have lived a long time ago, might not even be alive, but who remained part of the family's memory, part of their kind of family identity, the family imaginary, and would still be remembered and spoken about for years afterwards. And this particularly informed the fiction that I wrote in the end. What I wanted to do was take these kinds of insights and write something which expressed what I came to think of as the messy conviviality of humans and animals living together. The way that human and animal lives jumble together, rub up against each other with different personalities, different needs, and to create a piece of fiction that conveyed and depicted something about this reality. So for the story that I wrote, I chose to create a fictional family and follow them over time. Anna and Miguel are parents, and their children, Luis and Clara, and the various pets that lived with them over a period of years. And as I wrote and imagined this story unfolding over time, I found myself thinking a lot about the way that living beings, humans, and all the other species that we live alongside are, of course, equally subject to the passage of time. We all grow older, ultimately die. And which gave rise to a theme that I developed in the title of the piece, which is ostensibly about all the animals that the family has ever known. But it also reminds us that when we take a long-term perspective and think about the passage of time, we are all animals. And in crafting the fiction, I looked for moments of story, instances of conflicts, little instances of change, hopes and desires and disappointment. These were hooks that I thought would provide character arcs, drive the narrative, offer characters the opportunity to change and develop, and would engage a reader to be drawn on by the story. And I decided to tell the story in the form of 5 acts, as it were. We see various animals in the family's life through different human eyes. In each of these 5 sections, the animal is a jumping off point for reflecting on these relationships. And the 5 fictional animals include Bernardo, who is that kind of legendary dog who once lived with Anna, the mother in the family, and died long ago, but still holds a great deal of sway over the family's imaginary, is a kind of idealized pet. There are 2 birds, 2 parakeets, which the family purchases on impulse when visiting a pet shop. Vittoria, a stray kitten who arrives and is adopted by the family. Michelangelo, a turtle who belongs to the children's uncle and who comes to stay with the family temporarily when the uncle goes abroad. And Bruno, when eventually the family does get a new pet dog, perhaps hoping to replicate some of the relationship that they had with Bernardo. Bruno is the dog who comes into their lives. And each of these animals provides a kind of hook for each section where they're explored through various human perspectives. And what I want to do, finally, is read just a short extract of the story, the first section, where we meet Bernardo from the point of view of the various human family members. If you were to tell the story of all the animals in their family, it would have to begin with Bernardo. Anna would tell you how she fell in love with him at the age of 14 when he wandered into her yard through the open door into their house and settled down to sleep in her father's favorite chair, as if of all the places in the world, he'd simply decided that their house was where he was going to spend the rest of his life. She would tell you about the time Bernardo devoured an entire chicken that her mother had roasted for Christmas and set out on the table. And how he would clamber clumsily into your lap and stand there licking your ears. Miguel would tell you about the first time he had dinner with Anna's parents. Only 18, nervous and eager to impress, carefully carrying a cake his mother had made for the occasion. And how Bernardo leapt up, excited to greet him, knocked the cake onto the ground and promptly started to eat it. And most surprising to Miguel, that this wasn't a disaster, but that the chaos and hilarity just seemed to confirm to everyone that Miguel should become a part of the family. And how he'd always thought he didn't really like dogs until he met Bernardo, so that when, years later, Bernardo died, Miguel felt as bereft as if he'd lost a lifelong friend. Luis, who was only 3 when Bernardo died, would tell you the story that his family still recounts about the first time he met Bernardo, when Luis was only a few weeks old, visiting his grandparents for the first time. Anna had handed baby Luis to Grandpa to hold, and Luis had begun to howl. Luis knows too from his parents' stories that he hated being held by anyone except his mum until he was 2 years old. But Bernardo, thinking Luis was in danger, started to bark and growl and leap up at Grandpa until Anna came and plucked the screaming Luis from Grandpa's arms. As an older child, he's embarrassed to think he was once so silly about his beloved Grandpa, but he loves to hear that story again and again anyway. Loves to think about how Bernardo was ready to protect him from the first moment they met. Loves how strange and warm and sweet it is to think of someone looking out for you like that before they even knew anything about you. Clara would tell you all of these things. How Bernardo tried to protect Luis from Grandpa, how he destroyed her dad's cake and ate her grandma's chicken, how he stood on people's laps. Even though she never met Bernardo, she would tell you that she feels like she knew him though. She couldn't say why. Perhaps it's because she's seen so many photos of him, because she knows exactly what he looked like as a fuzzy puppy with gangly legs and big feet scooped up in her mum's arms. She's seen the photos of her mom as a teenager, sprawled asleep with Bernardo in a picnic blanket, Anna's head resting on his hairy brown side. And she's seen the photos of Bernardo when he was old, grey around the muzzle by then, sitting patiently while Luis climbed on him and tugged his ears. So that it seems to Clara like she was there all that time, as if she's also buried her hands in that thick fur, or lain against him in the sun using his strong body as a pillow, or as if she has taught him to sit or come or shake hands, seen the twinkle of his black eyes, his pert ears waiting for the next instruction, just as if she knew him too, as if she can remember it all. So thank you so much for letting me share that with you. I have a few references here, fiction and research, some interesting work that's being done in this area. And yeah, I'll hand back to Uri. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. Fascinating stories. Again, we'll have the chance to have comments and questions in a bit, but for now, we'll have the final presentation before the comments with Joana Estrela. Joana is an illustrator and author. We'll be talking about illustration for children. Joana, whenever you're ready.
Can I share my screen? Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm mostly going to talk about the project that I did with Clan, which will be this book, Meow. But first, I'll just briefly introduce myself and my work. Oh, it's not working. Okay. So my name is Joana Estrela. I'm an author and illustrator, and I work mainly with children and young adult literature, both in picture books and comic books. And I am from Portugal, although at the moment I am studying in Brussels. And whenever I have to introduce my illustration work in a general way, I like to bring this drawing that I made when I was 7, because I think it's a good introduction. So these are place marks that I made for the dining table for my parents. It had their names, they had a portrait of them. And in the case of my father, he's singing loudly. It was something he liked to do around the house, while my mother is covering her ears. And around her are all these things that she would say to him when she was annoyed with him. So like, stop with that song, don't talk so loud, leave some beer for me, don't step on the bedroom rug. And I look at this now, and I think it's really funny because it's not that distant from what I do at the moment. I've always been very observant of my surroundings, especially of what people say around me. And I've always enjoyed taking some of these things out of context or change the context slightly and find out how they can become very meaningful or very funny or very poetic. And so that connects a lot to what I will present today. So the project I made with Clan, when Clan invited me to write and draw a book for children inspired by the research, the first thing I did was to read the interviews they had with the children in the project. And one of the things that jumped out to me was how much the daily routines were a part of it. The home life were a big part of having a pet, as well as a big part of childhood as well. Like, they have to get up at a certain time, they eat at certain hours, usually they are fed by someone else, they sleep in a certain place. And that reading about that led me to think that I wanted to write a book that was somehow rooted in the everyday life of being a pet and a child. And so to begin my story, I decided to propose myself the same prompt that the researchers proposed the children with the photography project. So I started thinking, what is like to be an animal in my house? I happen to live with 2 cats who served as a very strong inspiration in this book, as you will see now. So these are some of it's the first sequence of the book, so the first pages. And so the story is the day in the life of 2 cats and the child, from waking up in the morning until going back to bed in the evening. It's a silent comic, or mostly silent, because the only words that appear are sounds. So I wanted the animals in my book to behave somewhat realistically. And at some point I decided that I didn't want them to have a voice. I didn't want them to talk. And there's also no narration. So I'm never writing what they are thinking, and neither the child, to be honest. So you're always looking at it and interpreting as a reader. And we follow them through their daily routines. So in some cases, the routine overlaps with the child's routine. They are eating, they are washing, they play, they go to the bathroom, and they sleep. Nothing really out of ordinary happens in this day, but I kind of believe that what is ordinary can be interesting as well if we shine a light to it. And from the start, talking with Veronica about this book, one of our goals was that I didn't want to have a book that was very didactic and very moralistic. I don't want to tell readers what to think regarding this subject. And I was more interested in raising the questions and starting a conversation and making a book that was opening for interpretation. that said, there are some topics that are alluded through the story and that could be used as a source for discussion with readers, depending on their age. So one of them was the diversity of animals. So even though the book, the story is focused on the cats, who are the pets, we do encounter during the day a lot of other animals that are part of the story. It happens, as you can see, like in an urban environment. But still, there are a lot of animals, from bugs to birds to other people's pets and to the food that is eaten as well. And we also explore the relationship not only of the child with the animals, but also of the animals amongst themselves and their surroundings. In the interviews, this was mentioned before in the other presentations, but the children, they often talk about the personalities of their pets and how they differ, like some like something, and others like something else. And to me, that was an interesting part of making this book with two cats, so that we can really see that they act differently and they also interact with each other. And finally, I think also, this is a bit also from my perspective as someone who works coming from children's literature, and this was also mentioned before, that children's literature and children's culture is so full of animals, especially comics, and fictional animals. And so I wanted a bit of that to be in the book. So you will see as it goes that, like, the child is reading a book about Puss in Boots, and there are some animals, fictional animals coming up. She has lots of plush toys that are shaped like animals. There are animals in her breakfast cereal. And I wanted to have some moments where you see this friction between the fictional and the real animal. And this is one of the examples of a moment when the child tries to treat the animal like a toy and hug them, but he doesn't like that. And so just to end, the book is published by Planeta Tangerina, and it will come out on the 4th of October. I hope you get to see the whole thing. And thank you very much. And you can find the rest of my work in these links here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. An amazing work. I will look for the book for sure. We will now have formal comments by two academic colleagues. We will start with Sofia Biscaia from the University of Aveiro. She has a PhD in literature, and she also belongs to the Human Animal Studies Hub. So Sofia, please share with us your thoughts about these works whenever you're ready. Your mic is off.
There you are. Typical. Good afternoon, everybody. I was saying that, first of all, I have to say that I'm really, really honored to be part of this exceptional group of work, whose production and generosity stand alone in the Portuguese academic landscape, I'm sure, and which is also tremendously impactful at an international level, as we know. Thank you, Veronica and Clan's organization. This has been a big part of my life and an inspiration at every step. When this opportunity arose to be here at this conference today, the thought that came to my head was serendipity. And when Veronica started this afternoon session talking about serendipity, I thought, this is just amazing. Just absolutely amazing how things work out. But why did I think about serendipity? This year, I'm teaching a course on literature in English to a Masters of Education class. So it's the first time I have a Masters of Education class. And I approach it as the break I needed to introduce animal studies somehow alongside fiction involving children. Besides novels and short stories, I am also interested in including illustrated work. So I'm very interested in Joanna's input today, of course, because as it was mentioned in the session yesterday, where are animals in our syllabi? How do they dwell in the academic habitat where education is concerned? Needless to say, as soon as I can, I'm going to steal your toolkit as soon as I can. And I'm just blown away by your work. Now, growing up, reading was a fundamental part of my life, and early on, I was drawn to fiction with animals. No Cinderella sat on my bookshelves, not because of any feminist stand on the part of my mother, but because not having had the opportunity to pursue an educational path herself, she deemed it important that her children read serious books. So I remember, for instance, reading Oscar Wilde's short stories involving emotional violence and death, while other children were rejoicing in the company of princes and princesses. Now, I had a whole comment about Oscar Wilde, but I know that time is of the essence. So maybe I can move on to my second example, because it's perhaps less known. And I'm going to talk about Essa de Queiroz, so a Portuguese writer. Again, as a young adult, I had read most of Essa de Queiroz novels, and so I read his short stories. And I came across this short story that is not so well known, Frei Genebro. I don't know whether the Portuguese here know this short story, but I'll talk a little bit about it because it sort of makes clear what I'm going to say about the work today. A friar, Frei Genebro, is described as a kind, generous man who is asked by a dying hermit to get hold on roast piglet. I always thought this was quite specific, awkwardly like a condemned prisoner's last meal. And if you try to visualize it, you see in your mind's eye this dying man going, I want roast piglet. It's strange. It's just really strange. The friar spends the rest of his life. So the friar does get the roast piglet. And then he spends the rest of his life helping many humans in their moments of despair. And when his time comes, hold and behold, he's not going to heaven. He's going to purgatory. Why? Because we learn he did not bother to kill the piglet before cutting off its leg. Of course, I thought the evil friar belonged actually in hell, not even in purgatory. That's what I thought. That's where it should be said. Now, Queiroz, who is arguably the shining star of Portuguese 19th century literature, had a specific message, I think. But I wonder, why has the short story been so overlooked by educators and academics? And I think it's because animals do not matter enough in the educational system. The few comments I have ever found on this short story are on the friar, how one makes a mistake unwillingly, which can carry dramatic consequences. This guy is going to purgatory. I always thought, as a young adult, a child maybe even, this was implausible. How could the friar not see, smell, and hear the horror of his actions? The bloody murder, which is not easy to commit as the animal desperately tries to escape, the deed that requires such physical effort and time. How could he not have noticed, I thought? And the answer to me was clear. He did, and he rejoiced in doing it. The death is not on the pages of the book, of course. It is the absent referent, which I have no doubt Queiroz wanted the readers to think about, because when he sets the story in time, it is said that it is the time of Francis of Assisi. And this is, of course, the clue. Why have readers, including literary specialists, overlooked such an obvious key to understand the core of this story? This is why the work of the writers and artists in this panel today must be brought to the forefront, I think. Must have these discussion moments and must be included in syllabi. And let me tell you, my academic comment on your work is, wow. Becky Tipper's fiction is sensitive and so personal, and yet reading her pages is like reading about my own relationship with my animal companions. about the power of moments and the longevity of friendship. How I have cared, been happy, but also forgotten and failed them at times. No different than what has happened to human relationships. Like these as well, they are hierarchized. My roommates are cats and dogs, and although I provide a safe and a relatively free life to my birds, the latter spend their time not within the highly humanized space of my house, where I have molded others to feel comfortable. And I remember Anna Nunes Dalmeida yesterday making comments about space. In the section birds in Becky's story, the question of space is addressed. Miguel argues getting birds is a good idea, not only because, quote, it would be great for the kids to get used to looking after animals, end of quote, but these small birds won't take too much room. Initially, as Veronica said yesterday, there is a honeymoon period. The birds sing in their liminal space, where, if memory serves Miguel right, and we don't know whether he does, the birds could interact with humans and also experience secondhand happiness by looking at wild birds. I wonder if the birds saw it in the same way. Human memory might not be the right place to look for what really happened. As Becky makes clear, the birds' qualities are their singing, of course, but also their physical beauty, their colors, which qualifies them to be objectified, quote, in a cage like a dollhouse, end of quote. But beauty fades, and so does human interest, and the attributed individuality is taken away. A bird dies, and the family no longer remembers who is who. Belle and Linda are amalgamated into Belinda, who is now aggressive and resents her loneliness, an emotional wound the human family fails to address. Human love is fickle. Luis claims he can measure his childhood by animals, and yet he cannot remember some of them. Like what Vasco was saying yesterday, some animals neither get remembered nor cared for, not even looked after properly. Who Luis does remember, as does Clara, are mainly the mammals, Vittoria the cat and Bruno the dog. There are others, for instance, Michelangelo. I don't think I have time to talk about that, so I might go on and speak about something else. But the Michelangelo case, the turtle is very important because it's an exotic type of animal. The story describes the conflict in a multi-species family between human and animal companions, and between animal companions themselves, especially where felines and canines are concerned. It shows the ongoing need to work towards understanding and care. Now, I know that I only have very, very limited time, and I want to speak about the gorgeous film that we just saw. I just want to say that regarding Becky's story, short story, I need to highlight the element of storytelling. We are told the story of this multi-species family, of their joy and losses, the family passing on their own memories from parent to child, and some even remember animals they didn't actually meet. Animals are family and build the family. In the story, and to paraphrase Maria in the video, care is not always valued, but animals clearly reveal their potential for reproductive labor. Grief is unequal, says Maria as well in the video. And in Becky's short story, Linda or Bella, we don't know which one, is thrown in the bin, in the rubbish bin. And so the story is unseen. The kids, are not told that the bird died, unseen and untold. Sorry, they are not told. However, as well, when Bruno the dog dies, in fact is killed, it is said, quote, nothing could be the same again, end of quote. The story represents, in fact, what Maria will so beautifully describe and theorize as a dialogue with childhood. Stories, in other words, or in pictures, reconnect us with our past and our past animals. So Maria's film is a truly inspirational experience. It's an aesthetic, theoretical, and ideological journey. And I want to use it in my classes. I know I can't, but such work must find a way to be viewed and enjoyed by a wider audience. And my question is what the plans are for it. It perfectly contributes to Clan's mission, which is described in the video, but you know what it is, so I won't spend my time now going through that because I know my time has finished. And the image materialized a theoretical discussion on such key points such as gender, the making of multi-species families, class, vulnerability, displacement, public health, and infantilization, among others. Watching it was an educational and effective experience. The two moments where there are conscious moves to speak to your past yourself, your childhood, are poetic, and in fact describe the socially repressed desire to be one with the other. The images are part of this longing. That almost hurts. And so, for instance, we see the girl being part of the litter, but other pictures as well. Strictly because of time constraints, and also because this is an issue that has pervaded this conference, I will just throw some ideas regarding on subjectivity, and this is really my last point. It is mentioned, and we saw it in Becky's work as well, that one of the key reasons parents decide to get a pet is that they can teach care and responsibility whilst enriching the family's emotional life. So I took this from the video. It's a strategy to help children build their subjectivity. That subjectivity, as it has been mentioned several times before, lies in otherization. Empathy with the other, but the other needs to remain the other. A child says in an interview, quote, "It's almost as if they were a friend of ours." And when Miriam, another child, speaks of her cat Ninja, she says, quote, "We need to respect him like we respect a person, so not a person." Now, this reminds me of Hopi Babi's concept of almost but not quite, where the colonized subject, in this case, colonized through the process of anthropomorphism, I guess, mimics human subjecthood, and the theory being that only humans are capable of attaining full subjecthood, right? Almost but not quite, ever, can never reach it. As the child grows up, it becomes increasingly important in establishing human subjectivity that this difference is accentuated. I wonder if there is a possible reading along the lines of abject theory. Is it possible to think of becoming human through a primal repression of the wholeness once had with animals? Kristeva does argue that the condition to attain subjectivity is to enter the symbolic order, which is a violent process, a separation from a time and condition when there was no separation, no meaning, no conscious, no unconscious, a time, she says, when there was no border between animal and human. So Maria starts her film with this, loss. Is this loss, this is my really academic question, I apologize for that. Is this loss a form of objection? And thank you so much. I am very privileged.
Thank you, Sophia, for your insightful academic comments, despite the use of those very technical terms like wow. If Sophia and the three presenters agree, I'll let you respond to Sophia's comments after Pedro speaks, okay? So now we finish with a colleague from ICS, Pedro Figueiredo Neto, not only an anthropologist, but a filmmaker himself. Pedro, whenever you're ready, your comments, please.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Well, I will try to be very brief so we can still have like maybe roughly 10 minutes for questions and for all of you being able to reply to these thoughtful insights that also Maria brought us here. So I'd like to start, of course, greeting all these panelists for these thoughtful contributions. Thanks, Rui. And of course, Veronica, sorry, for the kind invitation. Before some brief words on the contributions, which will be slightly different from what Sophia has said, and I'm very happy that we didn't overlap on this. I'm an alien body within this realm of animal studies, so But I would like to just share with you that this morning, my 6-year-old son told me with those Puss in Boots eyes that he had finally figured out a pet I could not turn down. And this was a worm. And I mean, he has been asking for a pet now for a while, but our answer has been always no for several reasons. And I mean, we observe the process of downscaling, you know, for a dog, cat, parakeet, turtle, fish, now a worm. But this episode that might come as a sort of a personal anecdote, but coupled with today's presentations, it actually left me wondering which beings qualify as pets or animals in these multi-species families, but also the level of attachment and empathy children, and of course not only children, can establish with other living beings, regardless of their size and potential for interaction. So I'm considering my son's request. Anyway, as you realize by now, I'm in no way an expert on the topics covered by the project CLAN, so my intervention will essentially focus on some science communication aspects and on the bridge or the dialogue between science and art. And I truly believe that we as social scientists have a lot to learn by working together with artists, or at least speak and engage with them somehow, in order to explore ways that combine the scientific and artistic language, but also in order to find ways of expression that might communicate to audiences beyond the boundaries of each of these two worlds. But my question, which does not require an immediate answer, relates to the purposes of these multimodal outputs, be them films, animated or otherwise, these tales or literature, illustration books, and so forth. So what is the purpose behind multimodality in the context of research? And I refer here to multimodality as a more encompassing way to think about, let's call these creative practices that go beyond the paper, the scientific article, the volume, etc. So are we using multimodality as a tool to conduct research, to merely document or illustrate the results and findings of a given project, or do we intend to create something that can live on its own? Could this move beyond the label and goals of outreach, as this panel is titled? And I feel that to depict these approaches as merely outreach is a trap that we also need to overcome in academia. And I would like to hear more from the different contributors in this regard. I know that backgrounds are very different. So I also like to hear the plurality of voices in this regard. Still, I think it all comes down to ways of storytelling, and a sort of storytelling that, if we are eager enough to explore this relationship between art and science, a sort of storytelling that should look at and explore the potential of translating or transducing, some would say, conceptual ideas into these different media: film, audio, illustration, drawings, etc. So it's also my personal view that in turn, these different media ideally could at least contribute with further conceptualizations and reflections, without, of course, dismissing the relevance if not, that's not the case. So the three contributions that were presented in their similarities and differences are very interesting examples to think of this double or triple potential of multimodality. Again, roughly systematized as tools or approaches to research, as ways of documenting results and conveying findings, where outreach is an item probably included in there. And third, the potential to be presented as standalone objects with a sort of an agency in their own right, like full-fledged scientific outputs. So the challenge, I believe, is how can an object, a film, illustration, tale, or otherwise, can find a life of its own within academia. Zooming in, so the first contribution, children and animal companions, care, love, and grief in multi-species families, from which I learned a lot. This is certainly an audiovisual piece. It sends more as an animation of drawings or illustrations rather than a cinematographic piece, nevertheless, I'd say. And it's very interesting because it's clearly stated in the end that it was meant to explore and make available some of Project ClanMan research findings. And I think this is also a trap. It's very important that projects can do this, but it's also a trap that they then impose on, which is something that probably could also be discussed. But then again, it's a very interesting point from where we could start thinking about the potential of these formats, how the audiovisual format affords the exploration of multi-layers, the in-between lines, the subtext. And my question, well, yeah, it's a couple of questions actually, but I would really like to learn more on how this collaboration between script writing and theoretical framework provided by the project and all the people involved in it, with the people that worked in the art, were the authors of Maria, Aaron, and the others whose names I cannot recall or recall now. And I really like to learn more about how were the exchanges between these different roles. For instance, the visual artists read any bibliography on the topic the film covers, and the other way around, or how the more theoretical conceptual aspects of Clan's project and the multi-species literature sought to reflect or support this collaborative process. I mean, form and content, again, trying to merge or to dialogue in an exploratory and enriching way. So I would be happy to hear you on this if we have the time. I'm almost done. Becky, I must say that I was lucky enough to have the chance of reading the old manuscript, which I really enjoyed. I will need to translate, but it will be something, certainly be part of my literature when I'm trying to put my kids to bed. And I found it very inspiring. I could relate to some aspects of the stories, of course. And it was very interesting. You mentioned that it was essentially based on interviews or data from interviews, but you can feel sometimes certain ethnographic observation emerging in these between lines, something sometimes more objective than others. And I found very relevant these open ends and that lead us to further reflections on solitude, the exotic other, the communication between animals and humans, but also sometimes between humans or adults and children. And this is, I mean, I find always inspiring that people can break the chains of classic scholarly writing and nevertheless create something that addresses many scientific many scientific challenges and research questions. So my question for you, Becky, would be how these stories, once concluded, can actually inform further research. I mean, do you then start thinking about other research questions as you write, how they become elements from which you depart to other projects, questionings, and so forth? Finally, and I'm concluding, Rui. Well, I must say, of course, I'm a great fan of Blended Tangerina, and this will be certainly part of my bookshelf. And I must say that it really amuses me to find these textless and captionless books. The flexibility that it affords to these books is immense. I mean, each time a different story that can be told, and we can avoid the rigidity of the text and the repetition that arises therefrom. But similarly to what I thought I would like to hear more from you is how the research project and all these theoretical discussions that certainly unfolded throughout the years in which the project took place informed your work and how it influenced the way you tell these stories. And finally, to conclude in this, I mean, I'd like to hear this. I think Joanna is in a good position to reply to this, because I mean the presentation was specifically mentioning illustration for children. Although I'm also a reader of these books, and there's some great richness in them. And the question goes in line with this idea of what are the target audiences? How do you define this? How can you encompass different publics beyond children or young adults, as you mentioned? And I think this is, well, I think I complied with the 10 minutes, so thank you.
Thank you, Pedro. very interesting comments and questions for everyone. People were amazing in their time management. I really appreciate that, which fortunately leaves us time for discussion. And I'm glad, because all these works need the praise, and I'm sure they'll also welcome comments. So before opening to the presenters so they can respond, I have to say this. I am amazed with the amplitude and the quality of the outreach work that the CLAN project involved. Obviously, a big part of it was about choosing the right people, but I think it was a work of collaboration, and it was a very successful endeavor for both CLAN and the people who worked in the film, the stories, and the illustrations. And as the president of the jury of the Outreach Awards in ICS, I would definitely recommend that CLAN submits an application for the edition that the application is closed next week. So thank you again, everyone. I will now open first to the presenters, maybe in order to reply to the comments, and see if we have time for extra discussion. So maybe Maria can start.
Yes, so thank you everyone for the comments. Maybe I would just like to shortly contextualize how we work, so it will answer more of the questions. Our project, Just Wondering, is meant to, it was basically started as a project that makes video essays. So what we usually do is video essays in this way, but the video essays are animated with different techniques, be it recorded drawings or frame-by-frame animation or digital animation. And our main focus is actually bringing the ideas and the concepts and the research that we find interesting, the theories, to a wider audience. So basically the whole project of Just Wondering from the beginning had this purpose, so to say. And then in time, we really started experimenting more visually and understanding how storytelling can work into this, how emotions really play a role into conveying certain information, and how ultimately we really wanted to, with the and I Just Wondering, 3 of us in the core team. I usually do research and writing. There's Aronor who does directing, editing, also some of the mastering, SFX, sometimes music and animation. And then there's Ina Mimosa, who is the illustrator, and she does all the drawings that you see and some of the animations, the frame-by-frame ones. And this film particularly, we work with the music composer Adrian Fiener. So I think that answers some of it. The other part is that for the last maybe 4 years, we've really been interested in subjects related to animals, to critical animal studies, critical disability studies, climate change, and climate justice. And so when Veronica contacted us with this idea, we were really excited because it's something that we were interested in researching anyway. And also we already had a video essay on the work of Paulo Freire with education, something I really wanted to read about. So Veronica provided us some of the research from also the bibliography that used at CLAN, and I read some of it, which will be in the bibliography on our website. I think Veronica shared the website. It's not up there yet, but it will be in some time. But anyway, I think you can find it somewhere else in the CLAN research. And what really tried to do with the film, I think, is, take all of this that it was given to us, the research for CLAN and the bibliography and the things that we read, just imbue it with our own perspectives and our groundedness in thinking, being critical about power, the power that humans have over other animals, and the power that adults have over other children. So that is why we framed it in that way of being critical of pethood, right? Like owning another animal, and being critical of the way childhood is constructed and of the way children are sometimes seen as not having enough agency and not being able to make their own choices. Yes, and maybe I would just like to mention that I think emotion is sometimes we always find so important in the video essays, because we don't just want to, you know, tell people something, then they have an information. We understand really well that the way you receive everything visually has weight. So it's really, I think maybe the lag might have broken some of that weight a little bit, because the text really, when you saw the text writing, it should have fit exactly with the audio. I'm not sure if it worked exactly like that, because there are this moment in this film that are maybe more emotional, with the part about mourning, for example, and this can also be seen in the way that Mina Mimosa chose the colors, for example. I think I answered something. I don't know if I missed something.
Thank you. Becky, go ahead.
Thank you for all those really lovely, thoughtful comments. Yeah, I was interested, Pedro. I liked the points that you made about the sort of the idea of the life of these works of art afterwards. You know, where they go after that, after, you know, being produced. Could they live on their own? And I think that's a really important question. I've been reading a lot lately about fiction based on social research. And I think, you know, there is this, like you say, there's a trap that things can fall into, that they become just very specifically almost just given to, you know, researchers and academics as a different way of looking at things. But it's hard to make sure they get out there as works of art on their own terms. And I think that Veronica and I are going to be talking more about like where we might publish these stories and how we'll frame them. And I think maybe framing them as, you know, just stories rather than something which are kind of primarily academic, but maybe framing them as pieces of fiction is, you know, a way to engage people in that. And I think, yeah. So, and then Sophia, I liked your points that you made about that sort of border between humans and animals. And I think that came across really well in the film, that sort of sense of sadness and longing. And I think, yeah, I just think that's something which fiction and other poetic, artistic forms are just really well placed to capture. The ways that humans and animals can be separate, but sometimes merge and have these like moments of connection where boundaries get broken down. So I enjoyed that in both of the film and the book as well, Joanna's book. So I'm not sure if I have anything else to say at this point. I could come back to points though.
Sure, let's move on to Joanna.
Okay, so just to explain a bit how the book happened, how the collaboration happened. In my case, from the beginning, I had it was presented to me that the book that I was working on would be could be used paired with the toolkit to talk with children, to discuss these issues. And at the same time, the book was supposed to be something that could stand on its own. And that's how I worked on it. And to be honest, I was not so enmeshed in the findings of the study. I had access to the research. As I said, I could read the interviews, but most of the things that I learned about the study from Clan were talking with Veronica. So we had a few meetings where I showed her my ideas and we discussed it. And then at a certain point, I also started working more with the publisher, because after a while, the concept was clicked and most of my concerns were more artistic and how to create the book. And then just about readership and how we decide who's the audience or the readers. This is actually a complex thing that even though I'm working 10 years in this area, it's still a bit frustrating sometimes, because it's a bit of a the publisher itself, they usually talk about their books as being for all ages, and I do try my best when I'm working on a book. I think it's all children's literature. It's never just for children, because there's usually a parent reading it, and there's usually a parent or an adult who buys it. So there's always readers of different ages. And I think the most interesting books are books that you can read in different ages and notice new things. So I always try to be aware of that when I'm working on the books. But the book is inside this collection by Planeta Tangerina that is for pre-readers, because it's silent. They made the collection that it's like simpler books for children who can't read yet or just starting to read. Although I think because it's a comic book, it looks more complex. So I'm hoping that children of older age would also read it without feeling like they're reading a baby's book. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you, Joanna. We're already at the end of the time, but I'm not sure if Veronica will allow me to open to the audience just for a few minutes to see if we have any other comments. It's okay, Veronica? Okay. So any other comments from the audience, from the CLAN team also?
I could make a comment.
Go ahead.
I was struck by the point you made, Pedro, the question you raised, having to do with multimodal materials, stories, photos, videos, and what their place is within the scientific literature, and whether they have a place outside of that as standalone. And as a journal editor, I'm mostly interested in the former, that is their place in the scientific literature. And the breakthrough has been through the digital presentation of scientific literature. So now when a person has done a bunch of interviews and a bunch of transcripts, or has a bunch of photos, or has some stories that were part of their study, they can be available just by a click at the end of the article. But this multimodal material can be used simply as a data gathering, as the photos were, or it could be used as a presentation of the data, as the I think the toolbook or one of those is going to be, or it could be standalone. But it also can be readily now involved in the publication of the scientific article.
Thank you. I don't know if Pedro needs to respond, but I do have Melissa for a question also. Can I?
No, of course. I mean, I agree. I subscribe to.
Okay, Melissa, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. No, I think the question about multimodality is really interesting, and I think we've been really treated to a beautiful array of kind of multimodal engagement with the material. I mean, within the multimodality literature, particularly in anthropology, there are debates as to whether it is a form of dissemination, a different mode to communicate in, or whether, and I would subscribe to this also as having founded an co-editor journal in experiments in multimodal ethnography, entanglements, that it's also epistemology. So I think what's most interesting is what we can learn from bringing different modes and media together. Otherwise, they just have a representational function, which, and so then my question would be to the team is like, what in addition do we learn that we cannot learn from text alone, or that we cannot learn from the reporting of the results in text alone or in talk alone in the way that we converse together? So what other things come to the fore epistemologically, whether it's the storytelling, whether it's the movie, whether it's, the photographs, what else is to be learnt, what knowledge is to be generated that we can't do in traditional ways. And I think this is really the kind of the forefront of, you know, multimodal ethnography, multimodality, and you know, and far more interesting. And I think, you know, we've yeah, and I think the team and the collection of the materials that they've produced really have some very kind of rich different modes and media to think with, and to perhaps think about these questions should they be of interest.
Thank you. Okay, I just shared something in the chat about this because Pedro himself has also developed some interesting work, and I was saving him from shameless plug, so I shared a website where I think he has some interesting works. I think you
should have done that, but thank you anyway.
Okay, so maybe final opportunity for a final comment or question. I don't know if Veronica, if you want to finish the session or with a comment, or if we leave it as is.
I'd love to say a few words in the end, Rui, if it's okay for you.
Yeah, go ahead. I think it's
yes, just to share my own part of how it was to work with this amazing crew of artists. It was really a dream come true, because I do believe that the key to pass on whatever work we do in academia is to join efforts with other kinds of languages, and I definitely put a lot of faith and hope in artistic languages. And I do think that when it comes to multi-species relationships, artists have always had a way of getting into it better than scientists. So it's been amazing, and I've learned so much with all of you. We all have in the CLAN team learned a lot, and I would also like to underline the sensitivity, and all those here in this panel, Becky, Maria, Aaron, Joanna, you've all managed to do your part in also crossing this bridge so well. So I think, yeah, I just wanted to share this with the audience and with you all, and yeah, the CLAN team's final words of thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations. I think this was a great session with amazing work. Congratulations, everyone. And I will end the session so we can pass to the final part of this program today with the closing remarks, I guess. Hey, thank you very much, and the session is now closed.
Thank you, Rui. So I guess I take it from here.
Yes,
not sure we had a break at this point, but I don't think so, right?
No,
Otherwise
I think we would
yes.
straight. Yeah.
Okay. So thank you so much, and I'll begin by introducing our Dr. Ken Shapiro, who's been helping us in the discussion from the beginning, but we're fortunate enough to have him here to make the final address. Thank you so much, Ken, and I'll begin by saying a few words to the not that you need to be introduced to the majority of the audience, of course, having played a key role in the constitution of the field of human animal studies, and having contributed extensively to its current consolidation and reconfiguration. Ken is certainly a figure we look up to, I do look up to, and we are much grateful to your articles about how the field was born and evolves, the challenges it faces, and the interplays between the field and the structure of academia itself are a reference to all of us working to make a contribution as well. So first and foremost, thank you for accepting contributing here today. So much of this work has been, as it still is, done as a co-founder of the Animals and Society Institute. And Ken was also a founder of its predecessor organization, Psychologists for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. As many of you know, in 2019, the Animals and Society Institute granted the Human Animal Studies Hub its International Development Prize, and this gave the Hub institutional international recognition as well as some funding to assert itself in the context of Portuguese academia. So thank you for making this possible. Ken is also the founder and editor of Society and Animals, Journal of Human Animal Studies, a co-founder of Journal of Applied Animal Welfare Science, and editor of the Brill Human Animal Studies book series, all of which have been determinant to the affirmation of the field by bringing legitimacy and recognition from academic peers. As you explained well in your articles, we need to get published in order to be read, seen, and accepted by our peers. A PhD in clinical psychology from Duke University, Ken is one of the developers of AniCare Adult, a model of treatment for animal abuse, and the first of its kind is a professionally developed psychological intervention program for adults who have abused animals, and its counterpart for children, AniCare Child, the first published treatment approach to focus on juvenile cruelty to animals. Ken is also the author of Animal Models of Human Psychology and articles on the site of the field, vegetarianism, animal protection activism, and the link between animal abuse and human abuse. So without further delay, thank you so much for accepting to be here with us today for the closing remarks and by sharing your reflections about what the contributions of this research might be to the field. Thank you.
My pleasure, and thank you for that extended introduction. While I'm thinking of it, I just wanted to mention, again, regarding to the multimodality issue, that there is a journal called Antennae, which does publish visual art stuff as well as poetry and probably short stories. And there has been an extension of human animal studies into the visual arts and the performing arts. So we welcome those scholars in those fields. Regarding the conference today, yesterday, I've really enjoyed it. And to borrow from one of your presenters, wow. So at the risk of being preachy, and here no doubt preaching to the choir, let me begin with an admittedly personal overview. Let me just ask, are the acoustics and visuals okay? Good, thank you. As both a scholar in human animal studies and as an animal advocate, it's important to me that in our research, we retain our connection to actual living animals, that we seek to understand their life as lived, as this informs and should inform human-animal relationships. One result of exploitative human-animal relationships is that they do not allow animals to have a respectful and mutual role in the co-constitution of those relationships. And it is this understanding of their lived experience that should inform efforts to reduce the suffering and exploitation of the animals that is all too often a part of human-animal relationship. So that's my advocacy hat. As scholars and scholar advocates, by the way, we did an informal survey, and most scholars do self-identify as advocates as they define the term themselves. Anyway, there is a danger that our research lose the animals in the dense layers of social constructions and genetic reconstructions of them. Often in our scholarly pursuits, we focus on our use of them as symbols, as forms of representation, and as vehicles for our use and for understanding ourselves rather than as ends in themselves. In this age of the Anthropocene, climate change, and the sixth great and first human-made extinction, we must not forget that we share this one and only world with them, that they are vulnerable as we are vulnerable, that they, as we do, have bodies, needs, and interests that shape our relationships with them. With these precautions in mind, the field of human animal studies is a storehouse of kinetic energy poised to advance our understanding and appreciation of the protean and mutually enriching forms of human-animal relationships. Again, a word about my admiration and appreciation of the work done here an amazingly robust research program, postgraduate program, summer institute, animals and societies program, supporting doctoral students, invited scholars, reading groups, partnerships with universities outside of Portugal, and a strong emphasis on creating projects for outreach. It also includes partnerships with several stakeholders from the civil society, including associations for the protection and conservation of animal life. So wonderful job, wonderful team. We at ASI, Animals and Society Institute, are gratified that we are able to provide support for this work through our International Development Program. For those of you not familiar with us, ASI is a think tank devoted to the study of human-animal relationships through academic publications, policy papers, summer institutes, and programs like the International Development Awards. I invite you to visit our website at animalsandsociety.org. So in this brief presentation, I'll present an overview of the history of the field, divided into the realms of scholarly contributions, individual scholarly contributions, and of programmatic or institutional inroads. Then I will critically apply these to the current efforts at the University of Lisbon. So a brief overview of the history of the field, starting with scholarship. So this is a quote from the CLAN website. Non-human animals are ubiquitous in human lives and spaces. However, they are often overlooked and made invisible. This invisibility has increasingly been questioned as over the last 4 decades, the so-called animal turn has brought the complex and contradictory relationships that humans develop with non-human animals to the forefront of the scientific and political debate. This is very well put and right on. The field of human-animal studies, also known as animal studies, anthrozoology, critical animal studies, seeks to address this invisibility, this lack of robust, determinative, respectful, and valued presence of non-human animals in our understanding of the human and natural world. So human-animal studies locates itself between human-centered and animal-centered scholarly pursuits via the relationship focus. The emphasis on relationships, the between, in the definition of human-animal studies can be understood historically, or it offers a corrective to, on the one hand, human-centered studies that exclude the role of animals in human life, and on the other, animal-centered studies that exclude the role of humans in animal life. HAS, human-animal studies, offers a corrective that increases weight given to the animal side of those relationships. Even in the most one-sidedly exploitative and objectifying human-animal relationships, these relationships are to some degree co-constituted. Veronica's paper, the one on Daphne the cat, offers one explanation of the human-centeredness. Taking a page from Foucault, she emphasizes the power of the human over other animals in most human-animal relationships. This dominance of the human side of the human-animal relationship reduces the visibility of the animals in the sense that the animal's experience as lived is not directly accessed or emphasized. As part of a midstream corrective with materialist and affective theoretical contributions, in addition to the political theory of Foucault and Agamben, the field has increased attention to the role of animals in the formation of human-animal relations, termed the animal turn in the animal turn. Human-animal studies provides a common approach to its subject matter. The HAS approach keys in on the presence and influence of non-human animals as a way of looking at and understanding the world. It is a critical stance that explicates and evaluates how animals figure in our understanding and treatment of them and their influence on us and on the world. Much as women's studies and environmental studies rest respectively on the value of women and the environment, the critical stance of HAS scholars rests on the ethical position of valuing animals as ends in themselves. In addition to the animal turn and the animal turn, several other trends in the development can be briefly noted. There's been an increase in the inclusion of policy and practice recommendations, in effect being advocates for animals. This was avoided earlier in the field when the field was very concerned about its credibility and its legitimacy in the academy. So we were more conservative at that point. The field has also become more specialized, as evidenced in the increase of journals and book series that feature one region of the field: law, ethics, fiction, visual arts. The political and ideological positioning within the field. This is now varied within the field. We have anthrozoology on the one hand, which is mostly about benefits of animals to humans, and we have critical animal studies on the other side of that political spectrum, which features the push toward abolition of most of the traditional uses of animals. The other trend is that we've begun, and we need to do more of this, partnering with and being influenced by other social justice movements, in particular, feminist and gender studies, which gave rise to the focus on intersectionality, environmentalism, ecology, and conservation biology, which give rise to attempts to integrate their traditional emphasis on species and populations with the understanding of individual animals, which is emphasized in human animal studies. The field has had tremendous growth, way beyond one's expectations. I try to keep my expectations low, but this was really quite an amazing growth to me when we started trying to develop this field way back in the, I guess, mid 80s, early 80s. So we have many journals now, book series, conferences, listservs. Scholarship has attracted individuals who wanted to bring their interest and really love of animals into their research. Now this new generation of scholars are seeking jobs. Unfortunately, the institutional development has lagged behind, and this has had an effect on creating positions for human animal scholars in the university. I'll come back to this in a minute. So now turning to the institutional trends and growth or lack thereof. In contrast to the tremendous growth in individual scholarship, the increase in publication venues, as mentioned, growth in the university has been relatively retarded, in large part due to the economics and politics of universities. Its disciplinary structure, whereas HAS is an interdisciplinary field, resistance to human-centered focus of so many disciplines in the humanities, hence the name humanities, and in the social sciences, where social typically was not inclusive of the society of other animals. It's also been critiqued as a niche field and as a fad and so forth. I suppose given these structural and ideological barriers, the rate of growth is impressive, particularly in the development of courses. I use the word course here. I think you use it differently in Europe, I'm not sure, but a course is simply a set of lectures on a particular subject over the course of a semester. There's also been the development of concentrations and minors. So I'd like to talk for a minute about possible institutional arrangements that would house this field and that would provide it with more stability and presence in the university. I present a fuller discussion of this in a paper I did recently, Human Animal Studies, Remembering the Past, Celebrating the Present, Troubling the Future. So here's some options. The field can be a concentration, minor, or a major, established within an existing department, or it can be standalone with its own budgets and its own faculty, or with faculty serving in their home discipline and in the Human Animal Studies program. There are so many fields now that interface with human animal studies that finding an existing department that would support the establishment of a major within that discipline may not be that difficult. Similarly, a master's or doctorate program can be offered as part of an existing discipline or as standalone. By standalone, I mean standalone within the university as a kind of institute. In its most robust form, a program can have the status of an institute. Such can be within the university, or it can be an independent body. The institute can be primarily a research center, or and/or can provide degrees. Other forms of presence of the field in the academy can take the form of summer institutes that meet the needs for support of postgraduate students beyond that provided by their home university. Residential fellowships are also a possibility. I return to this later when I locate the hub/clan program within these possible arrangements. But first, I want to say a word about the job market, as many of you are young scholars and might be concerned about that. In a 2019 paper entitled "Tainted Love: Trials and Tribulations of a Career in Animal Studies," O'Sullivan, Watt, and Probyn-Rapsey present the results of a survey of 485 budding human animal scholars. They note that in the higher education sector, under the sway of neoliberalism, the university has become very money-oriented, a kind of corporatized university. It's shifted its focus to economics rather than the traditional focus on scholarship in order to survive. It's orienting academic outputs toward national economic objectives. One result of this is the casualization of the workforce, casually employed faculty with diminishing opportunities to gain permanent appointments, and of course, with less pay, and with some job insecurity in that they're under contract rather than with tenure. This may be partially explained by a study that was done by Rhoda Wilkie, 2015, in which she outlined a series of challenges for academics working in what she terms the tainted field of animal studies. She suggests that academic dirty work, quote unquote, done by these scholars is, quote, tarnished by its politicized mixed species subject matter, end quote, which is made even more problematic by the lowly status of non-human animals. She found that many colleagues do not take the field seriously, and some mock or belittle the work of these scholars. There are also tensions within the field over moral positions and its relation to scholarship. Examples from the survey include tensions within the field, aspects of fanaticism and bigotry around differing views, a perceived need to be activist and moral rather than curious and scholarly, the policing of purity from within the field. If you eat mostly plants, but also some fish and meat, you are made to feel unwelcome in the field of animal studies. These are quotes from the survey. Tensions within the field. The O'Sullivan survey asked young scholars how they think animal studies is perceived within the academy overall. The largest proportion of respondents, at 34%, said they believe that it is viewed neutrally. However, 27% felt that it is viewed negatively, and only 18% felt that undertaking research in the field of animal studies is viewed in a positive way, only 18%. 48% said that in their view it's more difficult to attract funding for human animal studies projects. On the other side, and I emphasize this so that my presentation isn't a downer, 58% in the survey described their employment as either secure or highly secure. 48% of respondents reported spending between 80 and 100% of their research time on animal study related research in the past 5 years. So they're not overburdened with courses and they have the liberty to do some of their own research. Also, there's a theme within the survey that the field is morally invigorating and meaningful, that there's affection for the field, and that there's a network of like-minded scholars who are supportive. So now I want to turn to the current project hub, University of Lisbon, etc. So I'm going to turn now to reflections on the efforts and developments of University of Lisbon, beginning with scholarship again, and then considering institutional presence or incorporation. My comments here reflect challenges and problems in the field and are not at all peculiar to this project. So first, scholarship. Here I'm focusing on the studies that were part of the project, not the output, which, as we've all said, is quite amazing. Purpose of the CLAN project was to focus on the impact of the presence of companion animals in the socialization of children. One of the findings was that there was a significant relational affective focus. You know, we talked about this a number of times, that the impact of companion animals on the affective tone of the family was very significant, that there was a possible dynamic response for the child in that sense that the seriousness of their school duties was limited, and they could turn to sharing with their family the joys of the companion animals. I'm wondering if more explicit borrowings from family systems approach, that the animal is part of a system, that the animal is in the family and is part of that system, so that any change in the family needs to be understood in terms of systems, and systems change. For example, shifting alliances within the family when the companion animal comes into the family. Both Paulina and Mara refer to their work as tending to be human-centered. Paulina intends to provide more balance as she plans additional research. Veronica noted that this is a methodological challenge, and indeed it is, and that she feels it would need a different study. I agree, and it seems to me that collaborative research with experts from both human and animal studies may be a part of the future of the field. However, a few tweaks to the present study could provide some balance. For example, under the, quote, specific research questions across the projects of lifespan that was in the PowerPoint, there are these two questions. How are companion animals contributing to shape childhood and family life? How do families adapt to the presence of a companion animal and integrate them in their daily life? So the animal-centered counterparts could have been added. They would be, how has childhood and family life contributed to the shaping of the life of the companion animals? How do companion animals adapt to the presence of children and other family members and integrate them into their daily life? Of course, these are still the child's points of view, his or her constructions, which are of course influenced by the culture of the family regarding other animals, as well as the general culture. Again, the inclusion of an expert in animal behavior and the use of methods that provide some access to the experience of the animals would be helpful. The other major point I wanted to make was the dark side, and we discussed this yesterday some. It's not just a matter of conflict in the family. It's a matter of actually the presence of abuse of the animals and of the children and of the spouses. This inclusion of the dark side is important because of the controversy over the empirically demonstrable benefits of companion animals in the family. This is somewhat contentious, and it's been inflated to some degree. You could look at Hal Herzog and Lori Marino's work on this. So the dark side, I think needs to be included. Speculatively, if we looked at the use of space, which was discussed in the study, we could look at family shared space versus intimidated family member and animal. So we could be asking the child, where do you go when you're scared? Where does your companion animal go when he or she is scared? So finally, I want to turn to the institutional incorporation as it is evidenced in Hub/Plan. As mentioned, there are a number of possible institutional arrangements in which the field can establish a home. I repeat some of these with examples. Forgive the US-centeredness, that's what I'm most familiar with. There's a lot of stuff going on, certainly in Europe and in Australia, beginnings of it in Japan. So at Canisius, I think it's college, or it might be university, has an undergraduate major and master's degree in what they call anthrozoology. New York University has an undergraduate minor and postgraduate masters housed within the Department of Environmental Studies. Eastern Kentucky University has an undergraduate and standalone undergraduate interdisciplinary major, standalone, not within a particular department. Wesleyan has a residential postgraduate fellowship within the philosophy department. University of Illinois at Champaign-Urbana has a summer institute for doctoral candidates housed in the Center for Advanced Studies. University of Edinburgh has a graduate program in animal welfare and behavior within the veterinary school. Messerly Research Institute in Vienna has a unit of ethics and human animal studies housed within the School of Veterinary Medicine. Turning to the institutional presence of HAS in the Lisbon context, and I'll need some help from Veronica here. Get ready, Veronica. So from the Hub website, the Human and Animal Studies Hub is an interdisciplinary think tank based at the Institute of Social Sciences, ICS, of the University of Lisbon, or can I say Lisboa? The Hub holds summer schools in partnership with a Finnish university. It supports PhD students doing theses on human animal studies within other disciplines in the university. It hosts international doctoral students who provide their own funding. It provides a postgraduate program, Animals and Society, that is self-sustaining through student tuitions. The Hub does not receive direct funding from ICS. ICS is a research unit of the University of Lisbon. Most of Hub's budget comes from overheads from grants for research projects and state funding. The Hub has been indirectly funded by projects, scholarship, and research contracts by the Portuguese Foundation of Science and Technology. Visiting doctoral students provide their own funding. Postgraduate program, Animals and Society, is funded by student tuitions. So at this point, I invite Veronica literally to help me place the current institutional arrangement of Hub Clan in the context of the possibilities that I've discussed and her sense of the arrangements going forward. So Veronica, let me throw out 2 or 3 topics that it would be helpful if you addressed with me or for me. 1, what is the sustainability of the academic part of the Hub program? What is its budget? Where does it get its money? What standing, that is respect, does it have within the university? How would you increase that going forward? Does it and can it sustain its interdisciplinarity? So Veronica, are you there?
I am. I am, yes. Thank you so much, Ken. I'll try to do my best to join this conversation, but let me thank you very much for your insights and comments, not only on our results and what we've presented here, but also how all this can fit within the field. So many thanks for that. And I'll try to join the conversation as much as I can. What about sustainability, budget, and money? Well, I guess this is one of the most tricky questions. We have this expression in Portuguese, at least which goes something as, how can we make omelets without the eggs? And it's a little bit what we all do. We try to make omelets without having the eggs in a way. That's and I'll try to go on from this. So sustainable, as I said in the beginning of the conference, I think the CLAN project, so the CLAN project stands for this particular project that it's now coming to an end. It was kind of a cornerstone of the Human Animal Studies Hub. So having won this project, which to my knowledge was the first project to be funded by the Portuguese Science Foundation with a big budget, and I'm talking about 240,000 euros. So it was a reasonable amount of money 4 years ago, enabled us to hire people, to have fellowships, and to put all this work together in order to build the human animal studies hub.
That entity you just mentioned, that's not part of the university, or it is?
It's not part of the university. It's the Portuguese Science Foundation is the main public funding agency. So it's a national funding agency. It funds most of the research that's done in Portugal. It's public funding. So it's independent evaluations. Projects are sent to blind review. So that's the way it works. And it's very competitive, actually. It's very difficult to win projects. So when we won this, we were really surprised. We were not expecting that this topic of animals would gain the attention of the evaluators and of the funding institution. So this enabled us to work through these 3 to 4 years. But now how do we do it from now? That's the big question. And I think I don't think it's a problem of the field itself. It's a problem of the entire scientific system, or a problem or a characteristic, a feature. It's the way science works here in Portugal. We move from project to project. So as soon as one project ends, or before it ends, we go and apply to more funding for more projects, so we can have more funds to do more research. And so there's no, at least in this project of the Human Animal Studies Hub, there's no constant line of funding that we can rely on. We rely on the projects, which means that if we don't have the projects, we have a problem of sustainability. And this has also a problem, which is, let me just say that this puts a lot of pressure on all of us that are going for the bids. This really puts pressure on the researchers, and all of us are doing that. We are putting a lot of effort into gaining more funding in order to keep going with projects that enable us to put these research lines in at work.
Okay. Putting the research issue aside for a minute, and I understand it's problematic, and I wish you luck, and if there's any way we could help. Putting that aside, what are the prospects for, and what is the current existence of courses in the university that are related to or devoted to human animal study?
Could you say that again, please, Ken?
Yeah, when I say course, I mean, you know what I mean now by course? You know, are there courses in the University of Lisbon that are related to or devoted to human animal studies? If not,
no, not
what
at all.
Are you interested in developing those?
Yes, totally. So that's the plan from the beginning, and we even, and just a small correction, the first edition of our international summer school, actually we were 3. So Lisbon led the summer school, and then there was a Finnish university and a Swedish university. But from the second edition on, the Finnish university stopped to participate, and now the partner is the Swedish university. So we're working with the Swedish university and colleague David Ramon, which you know very well. So the plan from the beginning was to put together a PhD program. And the main goal, so the idea is to build a PhD program that is international. So at least at the European level, and I've discussed this with David already, is so we would love to scale up the international summer school and offer a PhD degree in human animal studies that could be based in the University of Lisbon. That was my initial idea, to base it in the University of Lisbon and have other partners in European universities, but the students would circulate in between the different institutions, so they could have an international experience from the beginning, and they could be hands-on in the field working with the animals in different settings. Nevertheless, we haven't still managed to put this together. So we've begun from the international summer school, and in Portugal, to my knowledge, there are no courses in human animal studies. neither at an undergraduate level in BAs, not even as disciplines, not even as a single curricular unit within another bachelor degree. Let's say within sociology have a curricular unit, or within the PhD in sociology have a curricular unit on animal studies. There's nothing to my knowledge in this regard. The only thing to my knowledge that there is the course Animals and Society, which is a postgraduate course, but it isn't at the master's level, so it doesn't provide a degree to those that attend the course. So that would be an option, would be to be able to so one option to be able to put together a PhD program, ideally with international partnerships. Another option, or maybe the two together, why not, would be to open a way within a PhD program that already exists. Let's say ICS has a PhD program in sociology, which is inter-universitary. So there are several universities contributing in sociology, but we could have a kind of a stream inside of a PhD like that would enable students to do their research and to get their degrees. Let's say the main degree could be the discipline, but then there could be a specialization. So let's say a philosophy doctor in sociology specialized in human animal studies. That could be also an option. Because as you said, going back to something you said that's very important, is this tension between the fact that institutions are structured alongside disciplines. And this is very relevant when researchers apply for positions in universities, because if let's say a university needs another professor and it opens a position for a lecturer or something, then that vacancy is going to be open within this disciplinary structure or infrastructure. So it's going to be open for a sociologist or for a psychologist or for an anthropologist. So let's say someone has a PhD in human animal studies. Let's say we can put together a PhD in human animal studies, and then our students begin to get their PhD degrees. But then if they apply to the universities, they won't be able to apply to a position that's particularly for a sociologist or for anthropologist. So we have this tension to deal with. And I guess this also comes across with other gender studies, other areas that are more transdisciplinary than mostly focused in one discipline. So sustainability here is an issue, and I'm very concerned with that actually. So I'm putting my imagination spinning around this. How are we going to do from now that we don't have the CLAN project in order to keep the hub going? Yes, but I'm sure ideas will come. And here I must say this: the field actually lives out of an incredible amount of work done voluntarily by people who love animals and who love thinking and who love being here without being paid. And this has to be said. So there are many, many, many of us that have given a lot of their time and a lot of their skills and knowledge and efforts in order to produce things, and they're not paid directly. So they don't get their wages out of that. They get their wage out of something else. And this is, we have to acknowledge this. We have to, it is not how it was supposed to be. We should be able to pay everyone, but we aren't, and still things are done. Still we get things done. And but that's not sustainable, of course.
Let me ask you this: what is the attitude of the people outside of the field in the university, and what is the attitude of the power structure of the university, the people who run the university, toward human animal studies?
The attitude, I think things are changing, and they've changed since we began the hub 4 years ago. I would say that in the beginning, 4 years, 5 years, it was a bit, it was not so well, it was a bit seen a bit as a weirdo, or maybe it's too much, but it was not immediately acknowledge that something equal. Well, sometimes, you know, those derogative comments like, oh, now animals are also social scientists or something around that. But I think that the work that all of us have done have shown, even to those that were more suspicious about the topic or were more, you know, I think things are changing, and I think that now the field, I think the attitude is different, but there's still resistance. Nevertheless, there's still resistance. Yeah, I had something. So you had 3 questions. One was about sustainability around questions of budget and money. The other was around the structure within the university, whether going forward, and the other was about the opportunities for, was it Ken? I'd like to say something about opportunities. Let's say this course, Animals and Society, that we put together here, and that yesterday we had the 2nd class. We've begun the 2nd edition this very week. And yesterday after the conference, we had the 2nd class. So we have 2 classes a week. And yesterday, the first one to the group was exactly, what are human animal studies? What are we talking about when we say human animal studies? And we went through the 4 waves and through your text and the ideas you put forth in your text. And it was amazing. And it was really something moving to see that the class was full. Well, actually, the class is quite considerable, almost 20 people in one room. And most of them were Portuguese, and this was not the case in the first edition. In the first edition, because the course is online, we had many students from Brazil. Now we still have students from Brazil, and that's also very important. But we have many students from Portugal already, and that's something very interesting. And where do they come from? Many of them come from NGOs or are citizens who dedicate a lot of their time voluntarily helping animals, and they are looking for knowledge to ground them in their practice. And this is where I want to get to go to this topic of opportunities. I think as human animal scholars that have a responsibility in training future generations on the one hand, but also on current generations, because another side comment, the students are also very intergenerational. So we have the very young, we have the middle-aged, and we have people already in their late 50s, early 60s who are returning to school or to academia, to the university. So long life learning. And this is also a very important opportunity for us to bring together different generations and to explore the potentialities of doing work in human animal studies, bringing up the knowledge of different experiences and different generations. Let me just finish the thing that I was going to say here is that these practitioners in the field, and we had veterinarians, but we also had social workers, psychologists, and people just, well, with other professions, but who volunteer in different ways. I think they are open to get information in order to get their practices more structured, and I think we could provide something here. We could help to build. So this would be something to invest on as human animal studies scholars. This link, a kind of a link between academia and advocacy, but in direct way. So we are providing those doing advocacy work, very active advocacy work, with scientific tools and academic tools that may structure their work.
Okay, I agree with what you're saying. Let me put it this way. Given the economic basis of the university, when you offer to the university that you can provide material, courses, syllabi that will help people get jobs working with animals, not just advocacy, but working with animals, animal shelters, sanctuaries, et cetera, that becomes a nice hook to get into the university. I mean, I think you need a modest proposal. I think the idea of an international PhD is fabulous, but it's way up there. I think you've started this one project and hub, and I think trying to develop a single course within the university, pick a discipline where you have some animal-friendly faculty, and sell it in terms of providing working experience or working knowledge for students. I think that getting your foot in that way would, and of course I'm an outsider, I have no idea of the complexity.
No, but
you can only imagine.
No, definitely, I totally agree. And I must say that something, for instance, that I already thought is developing specialized postgraduate crash courses, not postgraduate, not so big, but crash courses, let's say, human animal studies for journalists. How can we address animals in the media? And there's a colleague from Brazil, Evelyn Batistella. I don't know if she's in the room now, but she was yesterday and early today. And we are already talking about that, developing a specific crash course for journalists. Yeah, and then it would be another way of making the field grow, but linked to civil society and to the needs of practitioners in the field. Yeah,
I was going to say, another strategy that other schools have used is if you have at the university clubs or organizations student-based on animal rights, on animal welfare, on environmentalism, approaching them and getting their support and getting them to sign petitions and we really want this course, we need it, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, that's another kind of inroad.
Thank you. Yes, and let me just say that for now, there's another project in principle coming through beginning next year for another 5 years, which will be a project on animals and disasters that I will be leading for the next 5 years. Yes, so I expect that for the next 5 years, there will be a lot going on here because, of course, I will host all the research within the Human Animal Studies Hub. So this kind of inflates life in many ways, also because mainly because it brings new researchers and people to work. But there, as long as we rely constantly on funding that will lend, so it's project-based funding, there will always be this sustainability topic to deal with in the end. But I would love to talk further with you about how we could, for instance, provide scholarships for students or visiting researchers and so on and so forth.
Yeah. Okay. Well, any way we can help, and congratulations to you and commendations to you for your incredible work and for the whole team. And thank you for involving me in this way.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. So I guess I am the person in chair now. Yes, still. So I guess it's to me to close the conference. And thank you all. Thank you, Ken, for accepting to be here and making the closing remarks. I guess we are all very moved by this, because this is a special moment, not only for CLAN, but also for the hub. And I know it's confusing because the hub is not the CLAN, and I understand there's sometimes a confusion, but now what I'm thinking to do, I'm thinking to just leave the CLAN words in the logo, and just to honor the project that was actually the cornerstone of the hub. And we'll try to continue our work from here. So thank you very much for all of those that were here, to you, Ken. And well, my final words go to the CLAN team, of course. Thank you for being here and for this amazing journey together. And also thank you to all the commentators. So I don't know if anyone wants to add anything. Okay, thank you. There's Sonia also worked with us in the interviews. And thank you, Aaron. Thank you so much. Aaron is the director of the film that we've just watched, which is amazing. So thank you so much, everyone.